Hello, and welcome to Players and Creators, Lost Mine of Phandelver. Hello to my wonderful players for the evening. Um, so we are. This is our episode two. Welcome, and thank you for joining us. We hope that you enjoy this crazy ride that we're all on together. Um, one thing I actually did not touch on last time that I actually wanted to touch on this time was I did read out everybody's bio, from last week, but the one thread that we all have in common is that we are all either current or former LARPers, and this is an actually fun thread to pull on a little bit because you'll also see that some of us are in costuming, some of us are not, and that's perfectly fine. But we all bring that crazy LARPer background to the table, I think, in various ways. So I forgot to touch on it. Like after we had finished streaming last week, I was like, oh my god, I totally kind of dropped the ball on that. I definitely wanted to mention that this week that we kind of bring that weirdness and that fun of LARPing, and especially since we are in the COVID times, we are kind of chomping at the bit to kind of exercise that muscle, and we get that opportunity every week now, which is awesome. So that's just my little rant there. So just very quick announcements, and then we will jump right into it. So yes, this week, tomorrow, if you can join us, we have our Wild Mount campaign, same time, 7:30 p.m. We also are doing Friday Night Magic every Friday. Now, normally the time would be 8 p.m., but I learned because I actually, unfortunately, this is not my full time job, and I really mean that when I say unfortunately. I really would love to do this full time. However, because I don't and I have an actual regular day job, I actually have a meeting Friday evening that will kind of conflict with the 8 p.m. start time. So we will still be doing Friday Night Magic, but it will probably be pushed to somewhere around 9:30, 10 p.m. As soon as that meeting is over, I'm jumping right into Friday Night Magic. But I don't know when it will be done. I do know it will be done around that time. So still please join us for Friday Night Magic this Friday. But know that it will this at least for this week it will be pushed to about 9:30, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Additionally, Doc Family Games, our own Orc Cleric Doc, he does every Friday 6 p.m. Right? Is I believe it's 6 p.m. He streams on his channel with his two boys playing games. Uh, you also will have Unconventional Heroes doing their Curse of Strahd campaign on their channel starting, is it 8:30 p.m.?
It's
Yeah.
8:30, and it's usually every other week, but we are doing something on the off week, so
Right. So
8:30 every Friday.
yeah, so 8:30 every Friday. If it's not D&D, it'll definitely be something D&D related and related to what they're doing. So check them out if magic is not your thing. Absolutely, just go check them out because after we finish Friday Night Magic, we're just gonna go to their channel anyway. So you might as well go. Um, and you will also see additional advertisements for some of the things that our players do in their spare time that we highly, absolutely arm twisting go check their stuff out. Like please show that love that you show today, when you come watch them. If you can, please go check out all of their stuff, and show love there, whether it's following, whether it's reading, whether it's listening, whether it's purchasing. If you have the ability to do so, please support them, show them that love, because every time we just support each other, it just does everybody, a hell of a lot of good. So please do that. And that is everything I got as far as announcements are concerned. Not everything I got as far as like D&D. It's not like, okay, it was nice seeing you guys. Bye. No.
See you next week.
See you next week. It was great seeing you.
Da-da-da-da-da.
Right? Yeah. No. No. That's all I got for announcements. So with that, we can actually get into the nitty gritty and the meat and potatoes, if you will, of Lost Mine of Phandelver. So, last we were together last week, uh, the group actually began to interact with each other for the first time. You all met each other at the Black Wormling's Breath Bar in Neverwinter, where Basha, Bocek, and Gorpal were introduced to Drovar and Shug. Um, and interestingly enough, Bocek's strange boss, um, who Bocek insisted three kobolds in a cloak. Um,
No, 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 no. Not three kobolds in trench coat. Wink, wink.
You don't say the wink out loud,
yeah,
Bolchek.
exactly. Um, and you figured out not too long afterwards the individual that you were there to meet did show up along with his human companion, Sildar Hallwinter. Whereupon the bar was cleared out. You sat down and discussed the terms of what Gundren had asked of your individual groups. Um, Still kind of being a little shady about details, very light on the details, but definitely did say that more work would be included if you were successful on this particular job, and this job seemed pretty pretty nondescript as it was. He just wanted a certain amount of goods to be taken and escorted to the mining town of Phandalin. Um, Upon arriving in Phandalin and delivering the goods to Barthen's Provisions, you will all be paid 10 gold, I believe, no, 15 gold pieces each. And after that, should everything have worked out without any issue, more work was probably forthcoming. Um, he gave you instructions to pick up where to pick up the goods the next day. You all did various things throughout the evening. Bocek cooked a delicious meal for the entire group, awaiting all of your return. Basha, both you and Gwarple decided that you would try to figure out more about this town of Phandalin, that you're going to, learning that they've had orc raids in the past and issues with that. But it was kind of like a little backwater mining town that is lucky to be there, kind of. Drovar and Shug. Drovar, you basically spent most of the afternoon watching your brother just go to work and create a beautiful shield for Basha, something that she could actually lift and hold, and also, refining it so that it actually matched her wizard aesthetic, if you will. And then you all met up, had a wonderful dinner. Next morning, picked up the supplies, and then began to make your, after Bocek intimidating the two oxen to make it the easiest ride possible for all of you, began to slowly make your way out of the large city of Neverwinter onto Phandalin. And that is where we pick up. So you are all taking your place. Bocek at the reins. Basha somewhat squished in next to Bocek as he takes up the majority of the front of the cart.
It's okay.
With Gwarple, Drovar, and Shug in the back with the goods that you are escorting. Gwarple actually on top of the goods, kind of resting in his little basin, not currently filled with water, but just kind of using it almost like a seat, if you will. Just kind of resting.
It's a crow's nest.
Yeah, essentially. And Drovar and Shug taking up the rear, kind of sitting back there. With Shug also tying and lashing most of the actual shields that you have to give the wagon just a little bit more protection should it run into any kind of issues. You are now you have now made your way onto the high road, going south, out of Neverwinter, and for some of you, this is kind of you've been on the high road before. It is the main road that kind of it just makes its way up and down the Sword Coast. You can hit many of the cities just taking this road, but at some point, especially you, Gorple, considering that you have two maps. Altogether, you have three. One is a very crudely drawn map that was given to you by Gundren Rockseeker's housekeeper. But you did receive two fairly well drawn maps from your guild. And you know that at some point, after a few days of travel, you will have to turn onto the Triboar Trail, which leads directly to Phandalin. So what I'd like for you all to do, so Bocek and Basha, you are up front on the cart. I'd like the two of you to make perception checks for me, and this is going to be basically for the first kind of length of your travel on the high road.
Just one roll, right?
Mhm.
You don't want multiple for multiple parts. Okay, good. Yeah, that was a 7, 8, 9, 10. That's a 10, so probably not.
Okay.
I'm a little squish it.
Yeah, Bocek.
4.
So Bocek and Basha, as you are sitting in the front, Bocek, this is like one of the most beautiful views that you've seen. You haven't been out of the city in a while, and you are just taking in the just everything, like the birds and the clouds, and that cloud looks like a beer stein, and you're just pointing all of these things out to Basha. Basha, you're super squished, and you haven't seen Bocek in so long, so you're just happy to just be in his presence and go through all of this. Thankfully, Bocek has put enough fear of himself into the oxen, and they are trained well enough that they just continue going down the road with little to no issue, for fear of upsetting this large humanoid that yelled at them. Well, not yelled at them so much as intimated he would rip them apart if they did not do what he asked. Although, Bocek doesn't recall it in that way. That's essentially what happened. And Gorple, you're just listening to all of this like going on. You are somewhat used to Bocek's kind of rambling sometimes, but this is he is not paying attention to the road at all. And you do see, Gorple, occasionally that there are some riders that do come up the road that just completely hey, watch what you're going, and just kind of ride around the cart. And Bocek just continues that's very nice, and just continues in that manner for a number of hours. Drovar and Shug, while you are sitting in the back, you do see some very upset individuals kind of ride by on their individual horses, just come on, what are you doing? Get out of the road. And this goes on for about a good 4 hours, 4 or 5 hours.
Bocek, it's fine to see the sights, but when we get to the Triboar Trail, it's going to be a little bit more probably squished, so we might want to pay a little bit more attention.
Don't worry, I will look for him. I will stop staring at sky.
Let him get it out of his system, hopefully. I can take the reins for a bit. Give us and our neighbors we pass a break.
All right.
I get what out of the system. I don't have to go to the bathroom right now.
Yes.
Are any of you all curious about Gundren's work and find? I may have picked up some clues of what's really going on.
Well, I'd like to hear him, of course.
Sure.
I'm certainly curious about. He's keep being that guarded. There's got to be something at least he thinks is valuable.
Well, we're bringing a bunch of mining supplies, and he had likely a powerful ally, or at least moneyed ally in Sildar. When I was studying his face in details, I noticed that he had a strange colored dirt, which definitely did not seem like it was of an area surrounding Neverwinter. And he had flecks of something metallic. So maybe he found a vein of something valuable or some deep mines. And I bet there's mountain ranges. If that's a mining town, I bet there are old mines and, old things that he may have uncovered.
Entirely possible. My folk do like to dig in the rock and see what we come up with.
So what you're saying to us is that it's entirely possible that Gundren Rockseeker has been seeking rocks?
That is very funny. Very funny. I like it.
Well, whatever the rocks are hiding, we'll see. But that smells about right to me as well.
So just
Who's
FYI,
Gundrum Rockseeker?
I was just gonna say I have no poker face when it comes to you guys. So I'm sorry. Continue, please.
I mean, I was one of the best hunters in Clan Lurky Pokey.
Clan what?
Lurky Pokey.
That was
Is
the
that-
name of clan?
Well, maybe that's how it translates.
Oh, maybe, yes. That makes
No.
more sense.
I mean, you're Iron Helm. I'm Lurky Pokey.
Aye, that follows.
Yeah.
All right, you got me there.
My clan likes to lurk, and if you can guess, also poke with arrows or
Okay.
darts.
That was like clarification needed. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe not.
That is less fun than poke Bocek, think about.
I'm like squished right up against you. I'm like, what poke you thinking of, Bocek? Do I want to? Never
Don't
mind.
ask
Don't
him.
answer that question.
Don't ask him.
Ow!
No.
Ow! Okay. Ow! That hurts.
Oh, well, that was more wholesome than I thought it was going to be.
I should have known.
Yeah. You know, big lad, you'll probably get a better view of the clouds lying back here at some point.
Yes, but I've got good doggies in front of me, pulling cart.
Drovar.
do it for
I'm sorry.
Us too.
Drovar, make a persuasion check. Bocek, make an insight check. What'd you get, Drovar?
I'm trying to. I always have to figure out how to get D&D Beyond to work for me, but I'll just roll it. 6.
6. Bocek, what'd you get on your insight check?
Also 6.
So the meeting of the minds, where Bocek, you get the impression Drovar really would like to drive. Like you don't know why, but you get the distinct impression Drovar might be good at this because he looks like he really wants to drive, and you're not tired, you don't feel, bad at all, but maybe in the efforts of being a good new friend, maybe you'll let him drive.
Drovar, want me teach you drive?
No, you don't have to teach me. I was been doing it since before you were born, but I wouldn't mind a spell.
Where is road beer?
Sorry.
mean-
What?
You need
I
a
mean,
road
Where
beer.
is road beer?
Bocek, maybe if Drovar begins driving the wagon, you can brew in your cask.
There we go.
Okay, Bocek brew beer. Here, you take mug. You need to drink while driving. Never drink without drive without drinking.
Very good.
So after about 4.5 hours of driving, Bocek pulls over to the side. Drovar, you hop out, or maybe you even just climb over all of the gear and just jump into the seat next to Basha.
I'll walk for a second, stretch the legs out, and then sit up there. It's like, Okay.
I think we'll all stretch our legs for a second and then come back in like, oh yeah.
Yeah, Basha, you have so much more room now. You feel it. It's the back is feeling a little better. Bocek, you just hop in the back with Shug, a little tight. Not gonna lie, Shug, you're just now you're absolutely the knees are coming up to the chest a little bit. Bocek just kind of like squeezes himself in, completely unaware of his actual size. Um, and the wagon does lower just slightly. It does seem like Gundren probably paid no expense to have a very very good cart for all of these goods. It's not it looks like it might have been reinforced because it does not give under the massive amount of weight between Bocek and Shug just in the back. Drovar, I'd like you to make an animal handling check with advantage because you do have that as part of your background.
That's true. Okay. Oh, Christ. Okay. Well, it was a 6. That was with advantage. The other one was a 5. It's been a while. I'm
Okay.
just going to go with that.
No worries, no worries. So Drovar, you try to kind of like get.
Come on. Yep.
Yep, and they seem to be kind of a little reticent. You're unsure if it's because they can now actually breathe a little easier now that they're not being driven by the massive humanoid who was driving them before.
Okay.
Or
all right. I look over, kind of look. Hey, you get driving now. Try to imitate and see if
make it.
they're not looking at me.
Yeah,
They're
make
not
a
looking at me.
deception check. Make a deception check for me.
Okay, a natural 20.
For a total of
21.
21. So as you start faking this Bocek accent, not even 100% confident that you're pulling it off at all, immediately both oxen go and just continue to like start moving forward immediately. There is absolutely the smell of the some oxen apples being dropped. You're not sure if it was just the natural progression or they really think Bocek's behind the wheel, so to say.
I look over to the Bashi and say, huh, you just have to know how to speak the language, I guess.
I suppose.
But without question or issue, the cart takes off, and you are actually once again very very smooth ride, making your way down the high road. Basha and Drovar, please make perception checks for me for the next length of your journey throughout this day.
3.
May I assist or make one, being that I'm in like this center raised area that I can like help guide people?
Yeah, Gorple, yeah, sure. Go ahead, make one. Basha?
22.
22. Drovar, you said you got a 3? Gorple, what'd you
I'm
get?
still thinking about him. So
I got
fast, like,
7.
7. All right. So while the ride is mostly smooth, Gorple, you are starting to realize that the ride is mostly smooth the closer you are to the ground, and because you are kind of like trying to steady yourself on the top of this covered canvas, it is kind of a little bit. So you're actually spending a lot of your time just trying to keep without not falling off, even though you do have the advantage of your suction cups. It's still a little bumpy as you are on top. Drovar, you're fascinated that your accent actually worked, and you actually start thinking very much like maybe you were in the wrong line of work. Maybe you should be like an actor, or and you start having these thoughts of you possibly taking a stage, or because they do have these grand plays in Mirabar. But it's mostly like elves. Most dwarves wouldn't be caught dead on the stage. but maybe there's something to this. But and while you're thinking about all of this, Basha, you are like, now that you have all this room, you are like paying attention to the road, and every now and then you're just kind of like nudging Drovers like, hey, look at that, look.
Left.
Yeah.
It's to your left. Yes.
Oh,
Don't hit that bump. All right, that's fine.
And for the next few hours, you actually, without a problem, you have you don't have upset people. You are able to actually veer to the left or the right depending on other incoming traffic, if you will, of other carts and travelers on the road. But at the end of this day, you without any problems, you are able to make your way. Most of the, no problems. I will need, as it is starting to get dark, for someone to, whoever might want to do this, start looking for a place for you all to camp for the. So that would be a perception check for anyone who would like to do it.
I'm pretty good in the woods, so let me look around.
Yeah, Gorple, for you, that would actually be at advantage.
You cursed our dice, Chris. That's a 10.
I
Cursed
did
them.
not. That is a lie. So Gorple,
It's true.
Gorple got a 10. Basha, what'd you get?
I'm sorry, I didn't realize I was rolling too. Sorry.
Oh, no. If you wanted to. If you didn't
I
want
mean,
to.
I'm not.
Okay, that's fine.
No, 8.
All right.
I've stopped paying attention.
Drovar, are you rolling for this? You don't have. Again, you don't have to. This is only if you wanted to. 3.
I'm just thinking about like
Natural one?
dwarven ladies throwing undies at me and stuff, and imagining what that might like. Do they do that? I heard that.
You're asking me, and I'm giving my opinion of what that would be like, which is why I'm not paying attention.
Yeah.
Like, it could very well happen.
And the it's starting to get dark. Bocek, you are just drinking, and this beer is so good, and you're just focusing on your drink as you roll your natural 1. And was it a natural
18.
1? Was it a natural 1, Bocek? Okay. Shug, you watch as the cart hits a bump, and immediately Bocek's cup just splashes in his face. And when he looks up, you can see that he is actually not broken his nose, but there is a cut along the top of his nose, which he doesn't seem to notice, and if he doesn't seem to care, as he just continues, like, wipes off the beer and then drinks once more from the cup. Chug, you just jump out of the back. You just start looking around, and immediately you find, because I mean this is a well-traveled road up and down the Sword Coast, there are areas for carts and travelers to actually pull off to the side, and you do very quickly find an area that seems to be pretty well defended against things. There are rocks and boulders and trees that give kind of like a natural cover. There is a ring for a fire pit, and you're just like, you actually run ahead of the cart itself and are just like, hello.
Okay.
Do a loud whistle.
Yep.
Whoa! Oh,
I start, steering the oxen towards that area. We park it for the night. Start feeding the oxen and all that kind of stuff.
Shug's going to use his carpenter's tools to put together a simple wooden structure for us to sleep under.
Okay, yeah, easy enough. I will just quickly roll a dexterity check for me, just to see how well you put it together.
All right, I do have proficiency in carpenter's tools. May I add my proficiency bonus to it?
Yeah, add your proficiency bonus, and then a d20.
So net +1, it's going to be 12.
Well, no, that's
Yep.
you're not trying to do anything fancy. You're just trying to make sure shelter, should it rain or any elements happen, that you're somewhat protected, but you know, nothing too crazy, nothing too fancy.
Sorry, I was gonna say I will build a fire, and I will use prestidigitation to light said fire.
Without issue, fire in a fire pit. You know, there's already a few like dried leaves and twigs in there that instantly catch, and the fire is now going.
Butchek's going to cook and hand out alcohol while people are getting ready to relax.
I will unstrap the wash basin, put it near the fire, but not close enough to cook, but definitely warm up. And I will begin pouring 5 water skins to fill this basin about halfway, maybe a little bit more, and just let the water warm up before I go in.
Portable bath. That is very smart.
It's not a bath, but okay.
Basha, to you, it looks like a bath.
It's a bath.
So you all begin to kind of set up your camp, feeding the oxen, taking care of all of those things. So over the course of the evening, you absolutely should decide whether or not you're going to have a watch over the course of the evening. So you don't have to, but that's a decision that you should come to and let me know what you'd like to do.
I think we're pretty much all in agreement that keeping watch is a sound idea.
Yes.
Agreed. I'll say that I don't really have the best night vision.
I don't either.
Well, a couple of us do, but say I've camped out with folk who are need their rest when they're preparing spells. So you should either, I think, Shug and Basha, you should probably take either the first or the last and get a nice stretch of rest between. I'll take right in the middle, the darkest time. We got no problem with seeing at night.
Is the first or the last the lightest, then, if the middle is the
It's
darkest?
about the same either way.
Well, then I guess I'll just take first.
I'll take last.
Okay.
When Butchek need to keep eye out?
Either first or last, probably.
Well,
Or
check. Can you see in the dark?
If I have a torch, yes.
Same problem as me. All right. Well, we have torch, so I think. Did I pack torch?
We have a
Uh,
camp.
I don't know. Did you?
No.
I,
Does
I
not
have
look
I,
like
ha-
so.
I have torches.
But
I also have torches.
and there's
I'll
a
just keep
campfire.
fire lit. I'll just keep fire lit. It's fine. Throw more stick thingies on, and then just make it light with hand. It's fine.
They not stick thingies, they just sticks.
Yes,
Like-
sticks.
So as you're basically having these discussions and trying to figure out who's going to take which watch, you start to actually come. The evening comes to a close as Basha. Is it Basha and Bocek? You're both going to take first watch. All right. Okay. So you take first.
And I'll join Shug on last watch. Throughout that time of getting ready, I have stripped and submerged myself completely in this bathtub for about an hour. It seems that I just kind of go underwater, just the eyes above. Occasionally, I'll pop my head out to continue the conversation, but then I'll go back down.
And without issue or shame of any kind, Gorple has just stripped down, like, matter of factly, kind of dipped himself into the water, and just as he described, still continues to be part of the conversation.
Wouldn't know what I was looking at anyway.
That's what I was thinking. At first, I thought to shield eyes, and then I was like, well, it doesn't really matter, does it?
Bocek is going to go into his brewing supplies and find some of the more fragrant leaves and flowers, something similar to lavender or rose, and drop it in the water that He's soaking in.
The Gorple, you watch Bocek just come over, just start dropping in some like lavender and rose petals into the water.
I just eat them because I assume he's adding plants for me.
Perfect.
Nice.
I make bath more fragrant. You have hot bath. I make comfortable.
I mean, it's plenty comfortable. I'm not doing this for bathing. My skin dries out if I don't take care of it too much.
So, as you finish that conversation, you all begin to bed down for the evening. Basha and Bocek, you will be on the first watch. One of you has a torch, I'm assuming, or no?
Campfire.
Just a campfire. Okay.
Well, I was gonna say, I will. If you want to give me a torch, Gorple, in case we need to leave area of fire, I will take. Thank you.
Alright.
I'll hold on to it in case we need it, but I'm not gonna light it.
Okay. So both of you make perception checks for me, or one of you can take it with advantage, because the other one would be helping. So I'd leave that decision up to both of you.
I rolled.
Okay. So, Bocek, do you roll?
Natural 20.
Wow, and I rolled 20, not natural.
Okay. So Bocek for a total of
21.
21. Okay. All right. So during your watch, there you kind of like listening to the sounds of the forest and of the evening. You definitely hear the sounds of your companions, in their various states of rest. Some of them kind of snoring or snorting or making weird, interesting, noises during your watch.
Oh, lovely frog noises like lake in summer. Oh.
But you are mostly off the road. You can still see the road from where your camp is. But during your watch, there are no travelers that you can see coming up and down the road. You do hear the sounds of the evening and some animals and things rustling in the trees and the bushes. They don't seem to be very large in size as far as you can tell, and your watch goes through without any issue.
Like, I hear stuff, I'm like, rabbit, another rabbit. I don't know if they're rabbits, I just assume they're rabbits.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then after a watch, we wake up second watch.
Who's second watch?
Wake up.
It's me.
Wake up!
Oh, don't wake everyone up.
Everyone.
Do you actually wake me up that way?
I gently was shaking
Okay.
you.
So, yeah. He just, is like his hand is on his axe and like coming up.
Yeah, Basha, you're standing over Drovar. You were just ready to shake him awake as Bocek screams, "Wake up!" Everybody in the camp wakes immediately. Drovar grabs his axe, and you stand there as the edge of the axe is right here at your face, as Drovar just slowly pulls the axe back.
Maybe not shout.
Yeah, that'd be good, boy.
But then he sleep through a wake-up call.
No,
You can wake me up with
gently,
the-
like
Yell at me to wake me up.
you wake gently, like baby. You wake very gently, Bocek.
Bocek's on
Oh,
last
okay, he's
watch
sweet
from
baby
now
boy.
on.
Yeah, last watch. Yeah.
Okay, sweet baby boy, your turn for watch.
Okay.
All right.
Drovar, basically spends his watch just slowly walking around the campfire a little further out because he's got the dark vision so he can see better away from the light, and just kind of, spends probably the first half hour or so kind of coming down from that moment.
Absolutely. That's fair. Yeah, roll a perception check for Drovar, please.
A4. He's not on his game right now.
Yeah, no, you're just like you have not even sheathed your axe yet. Through most of your watch, you're just kind of, you know, and the veins on your arms and knuckles are just bulging as you just continuously just grip your axe, and you're just squeezing and squeezing and squeezing, trying to calm yourself, having almost little to no luck in doing so. It distracts you very much, but thankfully,
Nothing leaps in the woods and tries to bite
Yeah.
my face.
thankfully, your watch comes to a close with no issues. The rustling that you thought you initially heard when you woke seems to subside as you continuously, pace and make your way around, seemingly probably the smaller animals being scared of your presence, as do kind of make your way, closer to them as you do pace the encampment.
Okay, so I head over to Shug, just tap his foot with the haft of the axe. Your turn, lad. I'll get the frog up. I come over and go over to the shield. It's like, Warp.
I'm up.
All right, third stage. All's quiet.
Corporal will quickly re-armor, grab his short bow, and get on top of the wagon to kind of keep an eye.
Yep. Drovar just stays there, like making sure that both guys are fully armored and ready, and then he just kind of gives a little, salute to them. It's like, okay, kind of, metaphorically passing the baton. Essentially, it's like, all right, see you done.
All right. So Gorple and Shug, both of you, unless either one of you wants to make it with advantage, each of you can roll individually a perception check for me, please.
I have a 24, but I do not have dark vision.
Okay.
18, and I do have dark vision.
Okay. All right. So Shug, you just watch as Gorple just kind of just makes his way up the side of the canvas on the covered wagon, and just kind of like sits there with his bow not drawn, but just kind of at the ready, watching out. And you're kind of amazed. You're kind of trying to, his eyes are so large, and they're occasionally not looking in the same direction, just very oddly. But you do know that sometimes, the eyes reflecting the light the way his does usually means that he's not taking in as much light, which means that you probably can't see very well in the dark. However, Warple seems very attentive and ready for action should the need arise. But Shug, you are just kind of like on watch, checking everything out. If there's anything you two want to discuss beforehand, you can if you'd like. Okay, so your watch comes to a conclusion, as you are, since at the last watch you are both watch as the dawn starts to arise, and without any issues, your first night on the road has been without any eventful situations, thankfully. You wake everybody up, everybody starts to make their food, eat for the morning, get ready, break camp, and you are back on the road. Who would like to take the reins of the cart as you start out this morning?
I'll let the Goliath go first. He has only started drinking this morning.
Only a minor amount of day drinking. It's fine.
Yeah, Shug spends, time at the end of his watch praying and reanointing his armor.
Okay, fair enough.
I
Gorple.
was going to say. Never mind,
I'm sorry. Gorple, towards the end of the watch, you do see Shug kind of praying over his armor and his weapon. He's got his shield and his mace, in front of him. You see a light, almost like greenish glow from his hands as he does this. I don't know how familiar Gorple is with religion, but you do.
He's superstitious because he's more scared of magic than but he understands like tribal magic and like druids, like the idea and concept of it. And noticing his friend do this and like watching his friends get up, he'll take a moment to enter the hunter's livery just to kind of give a reassurance to those creatures within that one day he'll figure out a way to bring them forth.
Okay, so as you're all kind of awakening from your sleep and starting to eat breakfast and do your various morning rituals, I would say definitely Shug, Drovar, Shug, Drovar, Basha, and Bocek if you're even paying attention. Even the smallest amount of attention. You watch as Gwarple, who has been sitting kind of on top of the cart for most of the evening. You're not sure exactly what it is. I would actually say, if you're paying attention to Gwarple, make a perception check for me, please. Basha, what'd you get?
9.
Okay, Drovar 1, and Shug, what'd you get?
12.
12. Okay. Warple, make a sleight of hand check for me, please.
So bad. I rolled natural 1, so 4. I'm not hiding it.
Okay.
Like,
all right.
he like
It's
pull
not.
it out, like,
It's not so much that you're trying to hide it. It's just that you're so small that sometimes it's difficult to see you actually doing certain things. So Basha and Drovar, you can all three of you, because Bocek isn't paying attention clearly. The three of you see Gwarple just go immediately still. Just almost unnaturally so. Like there's always been some kind of like, even at his stillest, there's some kind of like small, like either jerking or slow movement, but he just becomes stone still. Shug, you notice that this has happened after he took out something from a pouch that he's holding onto, and his eyes seem to have glazed over, almost like a milky, cloudy glaze. And he's like that for how long do you spend like that, Gorple?
I figured they're getting up and getting dressed, so like 15 minutes just to kind of reassure the creatures within that I haven't forgotten them and that one day I'll figure out a way to, get them out here.
I lean over to Drovar and I'm like, have you seen him do this before?
I was gonna ask you if he's breathing.
Is he dead? I don't want to poke him because then I might poison myself.
How long you known him? I don't.
Only less than a week, so
Maybe this is just what he does.
maybe he's still asleep. You know that weird other eyelid thing? Maybe it's
like snakes.
Yeah.
Oh, that creeps
Well,
me out.
let him sleep. And I pull out my locket and open it, and I'm looking at my locket, and I to completely ignore him from that point forward.
Fair enough. Drovar, you're just kind of like looking, and now at this point, like you're trying to actually see if he's still breathing, and you think you do see him like the bottom of his chin just occasionally, but not in the rhythmic way that it normally does. Shug, this is a little disconcerting as you're watching this, especially the eyes. Like the eyes, there was no lid that went over as you heard Basha and Drovar talking about this. It was just immediately his eyes just kind of clouded and glazed over.
Well, I know Shug is often more. He sees things I don't, and so like, was he doing this during the watch?
What's everyone
no,
talking about.
I'm going to switch to Dwarvish. No,
Yeah.
he wasn't. But he's either dead or this is something he needs to be doing, so I say we leave him be.
Well, you've got your morning rituals. Maybe this is his.
As I'm putting on lipstick. Yes, maybe. This is fine.
Bocek, all just just notices that something is going on.
Well, that's it. Till we're ready to go, we'll just leave him be and get everything else ready.
And as you're finishing up your individual, the individual things you're doing, about 15 minutes later, Gorpal just kind of comes to himself.
Sorry, I like to see home first thing in
Oh.
the morning.
That's okay. We thought you died or went back to sleep or something.
I may have taken something from my tribe, and it lets me see my home, and there are some spirits of primal beasts there that are from my
Spirits.
home, and it's just nice to feel warm.
Can I see it? It would not work for me, I assume, like it does
Uh,
you?
You're the one who identified it. I assume that if
Sure,
you
I did. Oh, that thing! Yes! Now I remember. Oh, I should have known.
attune to it, there's nothing saying that another person, but it might be sacrilegious as it is a grung relic.
I would never attune to someone else's item. That is madness. Well, unless I took it from them and they were dead, but that's another story. Anyway, I would never take your item and attune to it.
That's a good way to get diseases.
Right? I just feel like it's also just bad form. Like, take your item, attune to it, now it's mine. Like, unless they did you a wrong, it seems I would never do that to a friend.
Oh, I appreciate that. I would do that to someone.
Oh.
Seems
Well-
practical to use their items if they're dead.
Good to know.
Oh no,
Okay.
if they're dead, absolutely. I agree.
We're ready to go.
I
Yep.
certainly hope so.
So
All right, Butch.
Bocek, you're finishing up your morning rituals, which are
Drinking and caffeine with alcohol in it, and then switching back to beer.
fair enough. You're finishing up your third beer. By the time the camp has already been broken, packed up, ready to go. Drovar kind of motions for you, Bocek, to kind of take the helm of the cart, if you will. Yep. you take the helm of the cart. Once again, who is going to be riding up front with Bocek today?
Perhaps I give someone else turn up front? Would someone else like to be up front?
I'll sit up there with him.
Alright, I'll go in back this time. I get to know Shug. Hi, Shug. Hello, tall friend.
Vasha.
I very much like shield you made me.
Good to hear. Everyone should have a good shield. That's what I believe.
I'm gonna start asking you about like crafting and stuff and like really like I don't know anything about it, but I'm just gonna listen and be like, oh, very good. Oh yes, let's just talk to you in the back.
Oh, Shug is very happy to talk about crafting. That's always been a fallback when things get awkward with the dwarves. You just
Right?
start talking about forging.
Tell me more. I know nothing.
Oh yeah, you two have the greatest conversation. Shug, this is probably like the most you've heard Shug speak so far during all of your interactions. And yeah, it's a fascinating conversation, fascinating information, and it's kind of nice, like especially throughout the next couple of hours of your travels. Bocek, please make me an animal handling check.
Before we start,
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
would you like me to? Do we want to get there quicker today? Are we trying to make time, or is a week fine?
I suppose getting there faster would be all right. How much faster can you get us there?
Oh, I was gonna speak to these creatures to see if they'll cooperate, and I kind of hop in front of them, Chris, and I begin speaking in Grung, and I whisper ancient words to calm these beasts. And I would like to cast Animal Friendship on both of these oxen. It's a DC 12 Wisdom save.
Alrighty. So as you begin casting your spell, and you can actually, through your words and through kind of like your actions, the small little inflections that you're making, it's almost imperceptible for anyone who's not either familiar with arcane weavings, or for someone who's actually looking for it. As you speak, you can almost see like these glyphs, like of a very light orange and green color, just kind of leave your mouth and almost dissipate almost the moment they appear. And they kind of like surround the heads of these two oxen. The ox on your left kind of looks at you and just goes, and you get the impression that doesn't seem very impressed with your request. However, the oxen on the right is just paying so much attention to you, and just kind of like the tail is just kind of like wagging just a little more than it did before.
So with my gloved hand, I will gently stroke the one that it worked on. It is now charmed by me for 24 hours. And I go, "Hey, buddy, I'd like you to take lead and pick up the pace a little bit. Not too hard. And Chris, could I attempt an animal handling to kind of like convey the idea that I'd like it to move a little faster?"
Sure, and because you cast the spell Animal Friendship, please roll with advantage.
That will be a 19 animal handling.
You get the impression that very much like it really wants to please you and absolutely do this for you, and it will, and you watch as it just ever so slightly gets out just a little bit more in front of the other ox, who seems to is kind of like giving it like a strange look, like, what are you doing? And you would know that, considering your background, Glorple, you get the impressions of some of these animals sometimes, and just like, this worked.
All right, I'll kind of climb aboard. Seems like I'm gonna call her Bertha, the one on the right, because we didn't get her name. She's cooperating, but I'm gonna call him Lou. He's not a good guy. He doesn't like what I had to say, but maybe tomorrow he'll feel like cooperating.
Lou is good puppy. Lou, go be good puppy. Be good puppy.
All right. So since you are probably at this point on your fifth or sixth beer, your words, Bocek, are not so much threatening as they are kind of like, "Hey, come on, do me this favor." So I'd like you to make a persuasion check at disadvantage on Lou. This is gonna be interesting.
So I have +0 with persuasion, and that is a 14 and a 13. So disadvantage means it's 13.
Gotcha. Lou seems thoroughly unimpressed by you, Bocek, this morning. You don't know if maybe, Lou didn't have a good night's sleep. You're not sure, what the puppy's sleep habits are, the large puppy's sleep habits are, but Lou doesn't seem very impressed by you either this morning. However, as you begin taking the cart out, you do realize that Bertha has completely started trying to take the lead on a 2-oxen cart, and so the cart starts to drift ever so slightly to the left before Lou kind of gets the idea and begins to kind of compensate, and the cart starts moving. Not as smooth as the previous days, but and not bad either. Not bad either. And because of Gorpal's help, you absolutely have little to no issue guiding the cart out, and Bertha seems very, very happy, and very it takes to your guidance very, very easily and very, very smoothly um, throughout the day. Because it is going to take a couple of days on the high road before you get to the Triboar Trail. What I'm going to do, just for expedience's sake, I will just have a general perception check for this day and for the next day. And then we will, based on those rolls, we'll see what happens. And then we'll continue from there. So,
So that's for everybody? Or...
well, no, so that's what I was going to ask. Who would like to make the perception check for this day of travel? It could be two people, but who would like to do that? So we got Bocek and Gorpal. All right, so Bocek and Gorpal, both make perception checks for me, please, for this day of travel.
I got a 24.
Hey, Bocek, what'd you get?
I got a 19.
Nice, nice. So no problems. Like, I mean, not only has your wagon and cart just been a very, very smooth ride. Shug and Basha, you are having just the best conversation. Drovar, you've heard Shug just gush about crafting like all the time. Like this is you interject every now and then, where relevant. But you've heard Shug, and it's kind of nice to see your baby brother just kind of like starting to get along with other people. Especially given that people have given him so much shit throughout his life. So you're actually
Basha's not bothered by the fact that he's an orc. She doesn't seem to. She just talks to him. He's very tall man. He's very, very tall man, very muscly man. But that's all.
Well, it's easier when you're both sitting down in the back in the cart.
Exactly.
But yeah, Bocek and Gorpal, I mean, you actually are kind of like interacting with each other, and kind of like, Gorpal, every time Bocek misses something, you kind of point it out to him, and he's like, okay. And then, vice versa, Bocek, you kind of like point something out to Gorpal, and then Gorpal kind of redirects your focus a little bit. And you start to really kind of get into this groove, and you have a very, very easy day of travel. Little to no issues with the wagon at all, and you also find a very, very comfortable place to bed for the evening as well. You all do take your watches for the evening. Nothing of note happens. You continue on for your third day of travel. Who would like to make the perception checks for this day?
I will sit up front today and do that.
All right, so
Okay.
Basha will be sitting up front, and who's driving? Because that will probably be the next person who does the perception.
Well, I'll do one shift of it, so I could take the roll this time.
Okay, go for it. So Basha and Drovar.
19 for my perception check.
Alrighty.
15.
Yeah, you guys are getting some good rolls here.
Dice are no longer cursed.
damn.
Knock on wood.
It wasn't me. I told you. All right. So similarly today, the wagon did get a kind of a the oxen did get a little bit of a slow start. It's a little overcast today. It seems like a threat of rain, which Warple you're kind of like anticipating and almost very happy about. But unfortunately, it doesn't. But there's the threat of it most of the day. And because of that, you don't know if the oxen are kind of like affected by this or what have you, but there is a kind of a little bit of a slow start. But after that slow start, the first hour or so of travel, they begin to pick up a little bit, and you don't have any issues of travel. You do see the odd occasional merchants seemingly, passing you going north with their carts of various things. They too also have covered wagons, so you're kind of unsure what their goods are. But no issues as well. You bed down for the evening, You do wake in the morning. Thankfully, again, no issues over the course of the evening. But as you wake up, there is a slight drizzle, and the air is a bit misty. As it Warple, it's
This is wonderful.
yeah, it's very very nice for you. Um, and you are actually, as you begin your day of travel, it only takes you about an hour before you have turned onto the Triboar Trail.
Mm-hmm.
So
Well, I was gonna say, Chris, when I know that we're getting close to the Triboar Trail, can't talk, sorry. I will probably cast Mage Armor once I realize that we're getting there. And in general, like I was gonna say, every day around tea time before like night, like evening time, I will probably always cast Mage Armor, and I marked it on my sheet, just so you know.
No worries.
So I understand, Shug. You seem, you know what you do. You pray and you smith, and I understand Basha and Bocek, but Drovar. I mean, you don't really wear armor, and you carry a big axe. I don't really know much about you.
That's I don't like armor. It slows me down. Too chafing, too confining. The axe.
See, he gets it.
Yeah.
I get it completely. Look, I'm wearing magic armor. I hate armor so much, I wear magic armor.
That could come in handy, I suppose. Do you have the mage armor up at the moment?
Yes, I do. I'm
Okay,
glowing.
he's kind of just like at your shoulder, just to kind of, he's like, do you mind? I'm kind of curious. I've heard about this. Just to see if like my finger's sort of sliding off a little bit before
sort
he
of-
gets to her. He's like,
It's like when you tink someone's like heavy metal plate, but it's not
Right.
actually a heavy metal plate. No, it's
right,
magic.
and there's no sound to it. It's just kind of,
Yeah,
Feels
no.
a little buzzy. Feels a little buzzy to your touch,
Yeah.
though, like just a little weird.
Yeah, but yeah, interestingly enough, you know, you do as you are tinking it. Yeah, there's no sound. There is like almost like that static electricity, a little bit feeling of, you know, as you do this. But also, you're going straight on, and then your finger just seems to go. Like, and that's what's really driving you a little nuts, Drovar, is that you know you're going straight on, and it's just like sliding off, and it shouldn't be sliding off.
Touch me! Ah!
yeah, Gorple will kind of crunch back and take a few inches back as the display of magic seems to. Again, he's just not used to it. A little frightened because he's just a low caste, warrior.
Yeah, Shug will kind of get a little closer to the little frog friend and say, my brother's a soldier, but he doesn't like to talk about it.
yeah. So I'm.
So sweet baby boy gets it. If you wear armor, people think you're looking for fight. You never look for fight. You walk around without armor because you don't want fight. You just want drink and food and be
Yeah.
happy.
Sure.
Sure.
Sure, but if you walk around as an orc, people already think you're looking for a fight.
That's fair.
Better to have the
Well,
armor
who's
on
think-
for you, because they're gonna they're gonna pick a fight with you anyway. You might as well have the armor on. Yeah,
Who
I've
look for fight with you? Bocek have conversation with them. Bocek tell them why it's wrong.
Oh, thank you, Bolchek, for a protecting friend.
let's keep our fingers crossed. I suppose that it comes to that. As for what you don't get me. I'm his big brother. But these days I'm a miner. That's why you get all this gear in the wagon. I'm like, of course I recognized all of it. I can see how many folk this would supply and for how long. So we'll keep our eyes and ears open and see what these these brothers are digging up.
And if I'm ever not like alone with you, but like standing close to you at some point, you'll catch me kind of looking at you differently a little bit, Drovar, and I'll be like, "So you were a soldier, not in a bad way, but almost sad. Like there's like a little bit of sadness behind her eyes. Just like you were."
Yeah, and you can see he's just got the big leather vest on and stuff. His arms are really muscled, but there's a lot of scars, and they look like cuts. And he's had a lot of injuries that have healed up, as far as you can tell. He doesn't limp or anything like that, but he's been through stuff.
She gives you like a touch on the shoulder that's kind of like she's giving you strength for a minute kind of a thing, like she kind of like pats you on the back, and you see this kind of look on her face where she definitely said, she's like, there's always a war somewhere. And then she kind of like looks off and then kind of brushes herself off and is like, all right, who needs food? I have bread, and like tries to like talk herself away from it, like she didn't say anything.
He lets her kind of change the subject, and he just goes along with food sounds good. That sounds like
when she's done, Bocek goes up to you, and for a brief moment he looks like a genuine serious person. He puts his hand on your shoulder and he goes, listen, we can all know that you're a minor, but don't let other people know you're a minor, otherwise Bocek get in trouble for giving you alcohol.
Right.
Drovar, I need you to roll an insight check for me.
Okay. Ugh. 4.
This guy's fucking with you so hard. Like he comes across as like not being super smart and intelligent, but god damn it, like even like really minor, like he is fucking with your head so hard. That's not cool.
Yeah. Why don't you keep your words to yourself, boy?
But then they're not words, then they just thoughts.
Good. Let us all get some fucking rest for a while. Stomps off.
So that happened the evening before you began your trek to begin the Triboar Trail. What I need to know is who is actually driving the cart today.
Drovar will want to drive the cart because now we're on a narrower travel path, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it definitely doesn't look like a more traveled path than the high road itself. It's definitely off the beaten trail.
Is it wide enough that if another cart came by, we could pass each other?
Absolutely not. Like there seems to just be enough trail. It's not wide enough just for a singular cart. Like horses, singular horses, absolutely, they can kind of go around. But yeah, it would definitely be a little bit of a finagle to kind of like move yourself to the side or another cart to move to the side to kind of get that going.
Okay. Yeah, Drovar would like to take the reins, and Bocek seems very enthusiastic, but it's like, okay.
Shug's gonna ride up front today. Then
I got this one.
Okay.
For a bit, if you don't mind.
Is this trail like heavily wooded?
Yes, there are. As you progress, as you start to get onto the trail, you definitely say within the first maybe 20 minutes to half an hour that the trail on either side definitely becomes heavily wooded. You can see what seems to be like large, not mountains per se, but almost like hills and just like heavy, large rocks that just are kind of they're like kind of like interspersed between some of the trees. Again, it seems that this trail has probably been created over time for a very specific purpose to get to a certain place, but it's definitely not traveled well.
With a large smile, Gorp will be like, I'll keep pace with you, and I will leap to a tree, and I'll kind of hop tree to tree, because I imagine the cart's moving a little slower now that it's on this path.
Yeah, just a little, yeah.
So I'll just kind of hop tree to tree above them, using my natural habitat of like what I would do and I also kind of just looking around.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can actually see Gorple just jumping, like leaping, hopping, and the trees are dense enough that he can do it without issue. But yeah, you see that happen very quickly, and immediately, like occasionally, he just kind of almost disappears from view, and you actually don't see him until he hops to the next tree. and only because you're actually looking for it at this point. But yeah, you can absolutely do that. So all right, so Drovar and Shug are up front, which would leave Basha and Bocek in the back. Gorple
Yes.
kind of taking the side area. Would you be to the left or to the right of them, Gorple?
How wide is the path?
The path is about, I want to say it's almost about 20 to 25 feet wide. Occasionally it opens up, but most of it seems to be about 20 to 25 feet wide.
So I have a 25-foot horizontal leap, so I will kind of go on both sides, but whichever side has more dense trees as the path progresses.
Okay.
So whenever you choose, if it comes up relevant, I'm kind of staying near the group, but on whatever is the denser side of the woods at the time.
Okay, fair enough. Not an issue. Not an issue. So,
Can you hop at like 10 miles an hour?
Well, I can hop at my movement speed, and if the wagon's going only my movement speed, yes.
yeah. Well,
Okay, so we slow down so we don't lose the frog.
right. Yeah. Well, the wagon,
Okay.
the wagon itself with the oxen, even with 2 oxen, it's only going a max of 40. Its speed, just for rules sake, its speed is only 40 per action, and
Right.
and you're not doing anything but so it's about 80 feet, in one action, basically in one turn. Gorple, with your jump speed, with your jumping, you would probably not be at a pace, but you would not be left behind at the same time.
So then more I would imagine is that occasionally he would jump out a little forward and then kind of back on, jump out. He's just kind of exploring and looking at these trees, getting used to them. And if he can't keep pace, I just assume the oxen were slowing due to the trail not being as used. But
Well,
at the time,
maybe when we're getting to areas where the trail gets a little narrower and I got to start slowing down, then you're like, okay, give me. He kind of bounds out and starts doing a little bit of scouting, and then as we
Ahead,
get through into more open areas, he gets back in the wagon. So it's not a constant jumping in the trees, but when he gets the opportunity, he's like, dun, 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 dun.
he'll take the fun side of it, of the
Pinballs at
opportunity.
the head.
Sure.
More than he's not trying to slow down the group. He's just like, ooh, trees, yay.
Right.
I'm sitting in the back playing I Spy with Bocek. I spy something green.
Number 1 party frog.
Oh, yes. I was going to say 3, but you know what? He's also green. It could be either. That's what we're doing in the back.
All right. All right. So Drovar and Shug, I need you both to make perception checks for me, please.
Man, I can't perceive anything.
What'd you get?
The only natural 20 I got was like for comic reliefs, but yeah. But there we go. Shug's watching the road.
Shug, what'd you get?
22, natural 20.
Okay. And Gorple, I will actually say yes. You make one for me as well.
23.
Okay. Yeah. So without issue, Shug, you tend to find yourself kind of like, with the exception of actually holding the reins, you are pretty much driving the cart. As Drovar is just kind of like, occasionally, kind of like, that Goliath is fucking with my head, and just kind of like seems lost in his own thoughts. Occasionally,
Shug's
grumbling.
helping. He basically, whenever there's anything that we could complain about together, Shug points it out, just like, this is what happens when you let humans build roads, right? Just to let his brother just complain about.
That's right. That's right. I mean, they've got no sense of being able to set, the grades for this road. Look at this. It's 5 degrees. It should be 7, and they don't know a damn thing about that. There's
It's
no
not
drainage. Look at the drainage. I mean, if it rains here, the frog would be happy, but so the rest of us would drown.
Should be pitched up in the middle instead of in the center. It's gonna
Exactly.
get completely bogged down.
No maintenance in this. What you need to do is you spend all the work building it the right way, and then you don't need to come back in every.
Yeah, and so this goes on and on. Basha and Bocek, you two are having such a great time.
Nostrovia! We're drinking in the back. It's
Yeah,
fine.
you're just drinking it up, playing I Spy. Gorple, occasionally as you watch both of them, while you're on top of the actual cart, and you listening to Drovar and Shug kind of like commiserate with each other about the terrible drainage and all of the different things that they seem to be commiserating about. When you see that they're kind of going off on a really really crazy tangent, you're just like, what's that over there? And it kind of brings them back into focus. And between the three of you, for the first half of the day, you do actually have, even on this very very narrow road, you do have no issues. Occasionally, the oxen do come across large rocks that they actually have to, kind of either maneuver around or go over. Again, the road is not very, very well traveled. But after about half a day on the Triboar Trail, you come around a bend. And as you come around this bend, you spot about 50 feet ahead of you something blocking the path. Definitely larger and more massive than the rocks that you've kind of gone around at this point. They seem to be possibly horses, but if they are not moving. They are not upright.
So I slow the oxen down. It's like, Gorp, can you tell what's up there?
Give me a second, and Chris, I will hop up to the trees,
Okay.
and I will begin stealthily hopping tree to tree to get a little closer.
Okay. Make a stealth check for me, Gorple.
I will gladly do it at disadvantage.
Have you
That will be an 8 stealth.
Yeah. So
Did
we
you
stopped and I
slow
just
or stop?
no, I've slowed down and stopped and I just
Okay.
call out. It's like, time to put the bottles away, folks. Might be some trouble ahead. Just be
Already
ready.
away, I say as I'm standing up in the back.
Bocek is absolutely standing up with his flagon still full. Okay.
All right.
Grab my shield, put it on, draw my axe.
Okay. So Gorple, you said your stealth was 8?
Correct.
Okay. So as you approach, and you're kind of like, jumping from tree to tree, trying to get a better view, you get a little closer. At this point, you're maybe about 25, 30 feet away. You do see, yes, that these are horses. They look like they are dead. But that's about all you can make out at this point. You can't actually see and much more than that unless you want to get closer.
I mean, I will hop back then and be like, they look like dead horses. I couldn't see what killed them, but I have to get closer.
I'll go check.
Okay. Are they from this vantage point? Does it look like they're blocking the road? Like if we want to go through, we're gonna have to move them anyway.
Yeah, they are absolutely in the middle of the road. There's no way around them because they are. It looks like on the sides where you would try to kind of go around or pull. There are some larger rocks. There are some tree stumps. You would really have to move them to get by.
Okay. He stands up and looks like, how many?
Looks like 2. Chris, when I was closer, and the way the horses were, does this look like a good ambush spot since I'm an ambush hunter? Like, can I make a survival check? Like a tree falling over to block a path is like great for bandits. That's what I'm.
Okay, I would say make a survival check for me.
I got a 15.
15. The position that they look, you're again not knowing exactly how they died. It would be very it's a little difficult for you to ascertain exactly how like if it would if this was going to be an ambush, they are in the perfect spot. They're blocking the road, but you actually can see that they're facing in the direction of actually moving, in the direction that you currently are, and that they don't look like they've been placed. They look like, if they died from whatever they died from, it was moving forward, going towards the road.
Uh, this is a great.
Shug's gonna get Shug's gonna get down and start moving over to. We're gonna have to deal with this, so
Okay.
Yeah.
So Shug, you start making your way. Is anybody going with Shug? Like, who's going with
Well,
Shug?
I'll
Bocek
start-
help move horses.
Yeah, well, we can get the cart up there at least. If it doesn't look like they were like placed there,
Okay.
because these legs aren't running up that distance. So I, start.
Okay.
I start the oxen moving forward at least until, maybe I'm about, like 30 feet away from the horses themselves, and then I'll, bring it to a stop.
Okay.
And I'll hop forward on the trees, just normal speed.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. So, Drovar, you're slowly bringing the cart up, towards these dead horses in the middle of the road. Shug and Bocek, you actually are out of the cart, making your way around it, going towards these dead horses. Basha, what are you doing at this point?
I don't know if I would have stayed on the cart either. I probably would have stood up and then no, I would have stayed on the cart, but I'm going to very
Come on up with me.
casually, I'm gonna go up and sit up front, but I'm gonna very casually just take out my spell book and make it look like I'm just reading, but I'm gonna be sitting there and preparing to cast magic missile if anything attacks us.
Okay.
Specifically if anything attacks us, not like
Okay. Well, you wouldn't necessarily be holding it. You'd just be kind of like
True.
looking through, because that takes a lot of concentration to just kind of sit there
True.
and wait. But nevertheless, you can absolutely just sit there, have your spell book at the ready, should you need it. That's not a problem. So Bocek and Shug, and you walk up to these two horses, and you can see now that there are, as you get closer, you can see that there are these several black feathered arrows just sticking out of the horses, each one. The woods kind of press very close to the trail here, so Gorple, as you are in a tree, you can now see the same thing. As you are being in the tree, you're probably about maybe 10 or 15 feet from like where Shug and Bocek are, so you can see the same thing that they are seeing. And there is a steep embankment and dense thickets on either side of the road right here. So you can see also that each of the horses they still have their saddles on them. Saddles have some red staining on them, and there are also saddlebags.
they were shot down. See who the horses belong to. If we can, they've got saddlebags. I'm gonna go and investigate that.
All right, you get those off. He stands up and puts the axe on his back. So I guess it's axe work today. Easier to get half a horse off the road than a whole one.
Okay.
As he is saying that, I would like to lift up one of the horses.
Okay. All right. So a couple of things happen. So Shug, you go into the saddlebags of the horse nearest to you. And as you're doing this, you watch as Bocek is actually sees you doing this, doesn't want to interrupt you, and goes to the horse, kind of adjacent to it. You start going through the saddlebags. Make a dexterity saving throw for me, please.
Me?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Oh.
Oh no.
18.
18. Okay. As you open up the saddlebags and you stick your hand inside, you as you push your hand in, you feel this pressure, and you know instinctively, like the pressure that you're feeling, that you possibly are going to cut your hand, so you kind of pull back instinctively and don't take any piercing damage. But you start to kind of like, grab the saddlebag and kind of shake out what this is, and you can see these large shards of glass just kind of fall out of the saddlebags. and as you're looking, you're getting a closer look. It's not glass. It looks like a broken mirror. And right next to the shards is also what looks like the frame of the mirror. And you turn it over and you're kind of looking at it, and it seems like number one, seems very well made. It's like, and again, as a blacksmith and crafter, you are actually very fascinated by the work. It looks elven made. Um, and you turn it over, and in common, you can see engraved, not scratched or scrawled, but engraved in the back. It says, "Property of Sildar Hallwinter. Please return to the Lord's Alliance, if found." And
Cool.
you actually hear his voice in your head as you read this, but it's engraved, and you know that was probably very expensive. Um, and as you realize this, that you're holding Sildar Hallwinter's mirror, um, Bocek, I need you to make a strength check for me, please. Actually,
That is
this
going
was,
to
I'm
be
sorry.
a.
This would be not strength check. This would be athletics. I'm sorry, athletics.
This is a 22 then.
Oh, 22. Yeah. So as this is happening, Shug, Bocek, you're starting to lift up this horse, without much of an issue, and you're starting to drag it off to the side. And as you lift the horse's head, you see something kind of roll away from the horse slightly. It's kind of almost at your feet, but it slightly rolls away as if it was wedged under the horse's head.
Cold shut. The fop's mirror is here.
I look at whatever fell out of the horse.
Okay. You see what looks like a scroll case, like a leather scroll case, and you've seen these before. Lots of people use them in Neverwinter. Some look fancier than others. This one looks kind of simple, but it just kind of rolls. And then you hear Shug say this, and Gorple, you're just watching this the whole time that this is happening, and you hear Shug say this. You watch Bocek kind of lift up and then kind of look down at something. Um, what would you all like to do?
Scrolls.
What that Hallwinter guy, the fancy guy.
Yes, the fancy
Aye.
mustache man.
Oh,
Rich boy.
damn it! Ugh. Okay,
There's
so I
paper
hop
at
down from the
Bocek's
wagon.
feet. Can somebody get paper at Bocek's feet?
Yeah, I'll get it. Hold on.
Oh wait, no, I want to get it. I want to get it.
Well, I can pick it up.
Yes, you can pick it up.
I'm gonna want to look around the area from this treetop vantage to see if I can figure out like what happened. Obviously, I see arrows, but trying to figure out maybe where they were shot from because
Okay. So a couple of things. So Drovar. Well, first Shug. You find that you make your statement about what you found, and you continue to look through the saddlebags, and other than the broken mirror, these bags have clearly been looted. Like there's just nothing in them whatsoever. You get the impression that this was probably left behind because it seemed like it was broken. Um, and then Bocek continues to kind of slide this horse to the side. Drovar, you walk over and you pick up what you see Bocek was talking about, and yeah, it's absolutely, it looks like a leather scroll case. The top is slightly, it's not completely off, but it looks like it's slightly separated from the rest of it.
Okay, I will hand it to Pasha, and she comes up.
All right.
All right, see, you figure if that first bag was from Sildar, we know who owned that.
So Basha, you have the scroll case in your hand. Make an investigation check for me, please. And Gorple, roll me a investigation check, please. Basha, what'd you get? 15? Okay, so you begin to open it up. As you open it up, well, the first thing it just the top just pops right off. There is a rune in script on the top that you're not very familiar with. It looks like a language um you're not familiar with. As she points this out, Drovar, you do see it. It is a dwarven rune. Um, and when she points it out to you, it is basically the crest of the Rock Seekers, which you absolutely recognize immediately.
Yeah.
Um,
Aye, Rockseeker. That's what that says.
Oh, all right, dwarven. I see now.
you
In it?
you open it up, you look in, it is empty.
I throw it on my back anyway, because I know it's dwarven, but I can hold scrolls with it, which might be very important in future.
Might have held something. Well, if they looted it, whoever did this looted them.
Lurky Pokey, we need you to track something.
Yeah. Gorple.
I'm looking. I got an 11 on my investigation.
Okay. So at this where you're at on top of the tree, it is difficult to kind of ascertain exactly where, especially since Bocek has now just moved one of the horses completely off the path. Makes it a little more difficult for you to kind of gauge how this was done. But if you had to guess, considering your skills, if you had to guess, it looked like they were shot. The horses went down, and whoever shot the horses then probably attacked whoever was on the horses, and then continued from there. Again, you're not sure from the angle. You would actually have to get down out of the tree.
At that point, I will climb down and go, everyone, please stop moving. And Chris, I will attempt to look for any tracks, because I imagine if they took these people, or they would have dragged them somewhere.
Gotcha. All right. So Gorp will make a survival check for me. Yes, Bocek.
No,
he's not moving.
Oh.
That will be a 21 survival. Very good, Bocek.
Bocek, you can put your arms down. That's okay.
He's still holding the horse.
Yeah. Bocek is like, and in this hand, he's got the horse's head, with like in a death grip. But it's not moving, and neither is he. Gorple, you do start to actually see that a number of tracks from this. Some larger, some smaller. You also, now that you're out of the tree, and you can see Bocek's horse that he's moving is just a little smaller than the. So this definitely confirms that this is probably Sildar's and Gundren's horses respectively. But then you start to see other smaller footprints, and you start to look, and you're starting to count 1 set, 2 set, 3, 4, and as you get to the 5th set of tracks, okay, Basha, does a 13 hit you?
Not with mage armor. Actually, it meets it, so it beats it. Yes.
Yeah, okay. Basha, you're just kind of standing there watching Gorple, and immediately you feel this sharp, piercing pain in your shoulder. And as you kind of glance, you now see a black feathered arrow in your sticking out of your shoulder. Wow. Bocek, does a 13 hit you?
No.
No. Okay, so Bocek, you're standing still, and the rest of you see an arrow fly at Bocek and literally just bounce off of his back. It's a little disconcerting. Shug, as you watch this happening to Bocek, an arrow flies at you and thankfully just hits your armor and cracks and breaks without doing any damage. I don't think a 10 hits you, Drovar, right?
Nope.
Yeah, you actually, Drovar, you're actually now, like, your senses are on high alert. You're seeing these arrows fly out of nowhere, and almost instinctively an arrow's coming right at you, and you block it with your axe. Just kind of like your military instincts just kind of coming into focus once again. Gorple, you just kind of backflip a little bit as this arrow just basically just misses your face, and land, and immediately you all hear coming from both sides of the roads. Don't do that! Don't do that! And you watch as immediately jumping out of the sides of some of this heavy foliage and bushes, these green-skinned, sharp-teethed, large-eared creatures, carrying bows and swords on their sides, just kind of jump out and look at all of you and begin to ready themselves for another attack. And that is where we're going to take our break. When we come back, we will be rolling initiative, and getting this ambush party started.
Yay!
Let's get it started in here.
Yeah, yeah. I was hoping you guys would actually like find them with the various rolls you did, but they've rolled very high on their stealth checks. So I was just like, and none of your passive perceptions were high enough to actually catch them. So yeah, so we are gonna when we come back, we will come back to the first official Lost Mine battle map fight.
Yeah.
And
Oh, snap.
yeah, and this will be a lot of fun. So stick with us. We'll be back in a few. Let's say we'll be back at 9:30 exactly. So everybody gets a chance to kind of stretch their legs, do what they need to do. Thank you. Stay with us, and we'll be back soon. All right, welcome back. We are now actually in the beginning of our first official battle map scenario. So what I need my players to do is to roll initiative.
Initiative.
All right.
Take-
So I'll
Didn't change anything.
all right, I'm gonna go down the line, um, and just shout out when you got it. So Shug, what did you get?
17.
Shug. All right, Gorple.
18.
Team. Rovar.
6.
Six. Basha.
3.
3.
No,
Bocek.
you have lost a lot of blood.
14.
14. Right. All right, so the goblins got a surprise round on you. So, just to give you orientation on the map, so you can see how everything is shaking out. This is this is right here, Bocek, as he was moving the secondary horse. This is the first horse where you have right here Shug, and right next to him is Drovar. At this point right here is Basha, and right next to her is Gwarple. Here is Lou and Bertha, along with the cart. And at this point in time, you do see one of these creatures here. Another one pops out from behind the bushes. Another one comes out from behind the trees over here. This is a droopy tree for some reason. And another one behind him. And you do, now that they've actually fired, you can see that all of them have bows and arrows. They look like they have quivers on their backs. Only these two here seem to have their bows out and ready for action, while the two in front of them seem to have pulled their short swords. You do also notice, because they shot, Bocek, you would actually have seen this. There is one behind there, another behind here, with bows drawn, also part of the ambush. All right, so 6 in total that you can see of these little creatures. And now that the surprise round is over, starting at the top, we have Gwarple. Gwarple, what would you like to do?
So drawing a weapon is like part of your movement, so I can't draw like 2 weapons, I'm assuming.
No, drawing your weapon is like a part of your action if you are using that weapon.
Okay. So Gwarple begins croaking and grung, and I will call the true name of the wind, and I will cast Zephyr Strike as a bonus action.
Okay.
And then Gwarple quickly takes it, spins, facing the 2 goblins, and he will release an arrow at the goblin closest to him.
Alrighty. Yeah, and thankfully he is about 10 feet away from you, so you do not take disadvantage because they're not in melee range.
As he draws his arrow, he gently grazes it across his cheek, and some of the slime that comes off his body, and he will release, firing the arrow, and he will again call upon the name of this wind, and the arrow seems to be engulfed in air, and I have advantage on this attack.
Yep.
So that will be an AC 20.
Oh yeah, that hits.
So you're going to take 9 regular, 2 force, and if he's still alive, I need you to make me a Constitution saving throw.
Well, he really doesn't have to because as you release the shot, the arrow takes him square in the face, and the force of the wind carries the arrow where it should have stopped in his face. Just kind of keeps going and stops halfway through, so it almost looks like a shish kebab through the face. It's a little disturbing, and he drops, kind of almost pushing into the the goblin behind him, not knocking him over or anything, but completely terrifying the goblin behind him, watching this arrow just protrude from the back of its head and almost hit him. But yeah, that goblin is a non-goblin now, and it is now
Oh.
dead.
Okay, so after that dazzling display, Gorp will release a croak, and then Chris, I will move 3 squares closer to that goblin, so I'm like side to side it.
Okay.
So that's 5, 10, 15.
Mhm.
And I kind of blow him a kiss, and then I leap to the other side, another 25 feet.
Okay.
No, I leap to the other side where the other goblins are. I'm trying to get their
Oh,
attention.
over here. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
And then I will continue moving because I still have 15 feet from Zephyr Strike.
Mm-hmm.
And I will leap on top of that tree stump just to kind of like, I'm trying to distract, so I'm drawing the eyes of these goblins.
Gotcha. Okay.
So I'll leap on top of that tree stump as my last.
No problem. All right. So as you leap away from the first one, he is going to take an attack of opportunity on you.
Since I called the name of the wind, I do not provoke attack of opportunities.
Oh.
That's why I cast Zephyr Strike.
Aha, yes,
Yeah.
that is true. That is true. So yeah, while he looks like he's going to like be prepared for anything, he is completely prepared for nothing as you just jump in his face, blow him a kiss, jump across, and these goblins seem completely like confused by this display. As you're essentially just jumping around the battlefield, causing mass confusion at this point. Make a let's see. Make a performance check for me.
That will be a 15.
15? Okay, yeah. Their eyes seem to be on you, seemingly. You get the impression that your tactic might be working.
Excellent. Thank you. I'm done.
Alrighty. That was a great first round. Shug.
All right. The 2 goblins closest to the frog, I'm going to charge the one with the bow and attack it with my hand axe.
Alrighty. Okay, so you run right up to them. And they both of them, seemingly not paying attention. Both sets of eyes on Gwarple. As you run right into their midst, they're go ahead. Roll for attack, please.
Dirty 20.
Oh yeah, absolutely hit.
All right, and 8 damage.
8 damage. As you run up to the one with the bow, you slam down on him with your mace and hand axe with your hand axe, and as you do, you cleave right through its bow, right into the top of his head, and with this huge squishing sound, almost like kind of like chopping through a melon. And its legs just go rubbery, and it just drops to the ground as you just yank your hand axe back out. The other goblin just staring up at you like, ah! All right.
That's my turn.
Yeah. Do you have a bonus action that you'd like to do, or are you?
I don't. No, I could do things, but that's enough.
Okay. 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 Yeah. Shug seems very like, yeah. This is it. As he continues through this battle, Bocek, it is now your turn. What would you like to do?
So, holding on to the head of the horse still, I would like
Focus
to
down.
start spinning and hammer toss the horse, the dead horse, at the nearest goblin to me.
Okay. So that would be
Yes.
probably over here. I'm going to say make an athletics check for me, please, because while it is a smaller horse, this seems to have been Gundren's horse. It is a horse. Um, so make an athletics check for me, please.
22.
Okay. So you grab the horse with both hands. So far you've been only holding it with the one hand. You put your hand on the other side of its neck, and you start to spin. And it doesn't go quite how you pictured it in your mind. In your mind, you just saw yourself like spinning once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, and releasing. But you managed to just kind of scrape the horse around the ground, the jagged rocks, just cutting into the horse flesh. So as you now have made this beautiful blood circle around yourself, um, and thinking that you've made the exact spin that you've needed to make, you release. Make an attack. This is going to be. This is an improvised weapon, so you don't have proficiency. You don't have your proficiency bonus in this, so it'd be straight D20 and your strength modifier.
21.
Okay, so you release at the angle that you think is going to catch the horse, and you, because of your height, you absolutely see this goblin just over this foliage, and it doesn't really. It's so tiny, it can't see what you're doing. To its perspective, you're just spinning around in a circle, while all of a sudden, smashing through the foliage in front of it is this large, bloody, torn up horse that just smacks right into its face. Roll. Jesus Christ. Roll me. Roll me 2d6.
Plus anything, or
No,
just the 2d6?
Just the
flat?
2d6.
7.
7. As it sees this large, torn up, bloody horse, just to its perspective, just appearing out of this foliage, it tries to turn and run, and is just immediately crushed under the immense weight of this dead horse. You absolutely can hear like the crunching of its bones underneath the horse, which is like the legs are sticking out of the foliage, and the rest of its body is disappeared. But and you just kind of like clap both hands together, and go, "Yep, according to plan."
Bojack gave a new meaning to beating something with a dead horse.
Ah, that was the worst.
Absolutely. Good news is there's one less horse blocking the road. Um, okay. You have movement?
Yes, I would like to start walking towards the other nearest goblin and look at it directly and say, "So you are sorry."
Okay. So you go over to the other hedge where you saw one of the arrows fly from, and you see this goblin starting to, ready to knock another arrow, and it just looks up at you, and you say this. Roll an intimidation check for me, please.
Nat 20 plus intimidate plus 2, 22.
Yeah, he got a 7. Yeah, he looks up at you, and as he's starting to knock the bow, and you say this, you don't think maybe it doesn't understand you, but it probably doesn't matter, as he is now shaking uncontrollably as he's trying to knock this next arrow into his bow. And the
I
ground.
will say it again in Goblinoid. Say you are sorry.
Its eyes widen as it clearly now understands you. The earth by its feet is now a little damper, um, as it releases its bladder due to you now saying it in Goblinoid. And you feel like you have properly intimidated the shit out of this goblin. Um,
But does it say it's sorry?
Not yet, because it's not at its turn. Um, so next up, we have. Yeah, actually, no. It is now the goblin's turn. So that goblin looks at you, drops the bow, immediately starts running. All the while you hear it in Goblin, sorry, 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 sorry. And actually, it will use its action to dash and is now off the map. The other two goblins, the one in front of Shug, looks down at the opened head of its companion standing next to it, looks up at Shug, looks a little confused, and because of that confusion, will actually try to attack Shug. Granted, it really just it swings for your knees, and that is going to be. Yeah, it swings for your knees, not seemingly not understanding how armor works, and just whacks right into your kneecap on your legs, and you just watch as its arm just shakes uncontrollably. You take no damage, but it seems like it's shaken to say the least. As it swung for the biggest thing it could see and did nothing. The other one, the other one is actually going to run. And jumps on the wagon. Jumps in the back of the wagon. And you actually. It jumps in the back of the wagon, and it rolled such a low stealth that you all still see the top of its head and the tips of its ears as it ducks down behind. It rolled a 7 on its stealth. And all of your passive perceptions are high enough that you can still see. It thinks it's hidden, but you all can see exactly where it is. All right. We now come to Drovar. Drovar, what would you like to do?
All right. As a dwarf, I get 25 speed. Can I reach the goblin? The only one who's possibly within melee for me is the one fighting Shug.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can just get to him. Right up to him.
Okay. We saw the other one running away. Is there any sense that there's more of them around? It looks like it was this group and they're running. We're not hearing sounds of anything else out there.
Make a quick perception check for me.
Natural 1.
Natural 1.
Okay.
No, these are all these dirty goblin ambushers.
Yeah. That answers my question. He uses his bonus action and he rages.
All right,
He it's like the little bugger took a swing at his brother and he just oh, you little fucker now.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
You just watch. You all watch as Drovar and Chug. This is unfortunately something you have seen before, and it's not any less frightening as any of the other times you've seen it. You watch as just Drovar just frothing at the mouth, completely blocking his mouth. Just becoming part of his beard and his the whole front of his mouth as he's just like and just completely just goes into a rage.
Yeah. And I got a 9 because tonight's just not my night.
Yeah, unfortunately,
Yeah.
unfortunately that misses. So yeah, you go into a rage. You go to swing. The goblin like looking at you, looking at Shug, looking at you, looking at Shug, just like and just kind of dodges out of the way as you just try to hit it with your axe, but just kind of unfortunately does not make a connection. All right. All right. So next up is Basha.
Great. So, ripping her shoulder because she just got hit by this arrow. She's bleeding very badly. It probably hit an artery or something. You don't know.
Yep.
She looks in bad shape. Is there somewhere near me that I can tell that I could get cover if I move? Like, not total cover, just like more than standing out.
Oh yeah, no, there's a couple of places you can get behind some
like
of
that
these
stump or
trees.
something?
Yeah, there's a stump over here that
Okay.
it looks like a tree had broken off at some point halfway, and it's still like
Sure.
there. So you could any of these things you could use as cover.
Yeah, just move me to the honestly, even just around the stump I'm already at, or just like right there, just kind of like
Okay.
to sort of take slight cover. I'm gonna make a quick perception check because I don't know that the guy. I'm assuming I don't know that the guy who shot me with an arrow is dead, so I'm gonna look to see where they are. So I'm gonna make a quick perception check if that's okay.
Yeah, sure.
That's only an 11.
An 11.
I don't know if I see anything.
You in that specific spot as you're starting to look around, you turn and you look behind you, and you can see the small goblin hand and nothing else, just kind of poking out from underneath a bloody, torn up horse corpse.
Great.
You see another goblin at Shug's feet, just like with a large gaping hole in the top of his head, like a wound in his head.
Great.
Drovar is attacking the other one at his feet. You do see the top of the head and ears of that one.
Right. That's all I needed to know for
That's
that.
that's all.
I'm going to. Is he on total cover or just partial cover? Because we can still see him, right?
You can still see him, but he has partial cover. I would say
Partial's fine.
he has about half cover, so it does increase his AC.
I'm gonna cast Witch Bolt at him because in my fury, I kind of stumble back around the stump. I'm like, oh, what was that? You! I just point at him and cast Witch Bolt.
Okay.
I'm assuming it does, but does a 23 hit?
Yeah, 23 absolutely hits.
Great. He's going to take 11 lightning damage.
All right. So Basha, you stand there, and as with your book in hand and your other hand, and you seem to draw arcane energy from the book itself. You actually watch the lightning actually leave your book and just start to swirl around your hands. And as you push forth your hand in the direction of this goblin who swears it is hidden. You watch as the lightning just shoots from your hand, and at the very last second arcs upward so it doesn't actually hit the wood of the cart, and then just comes right directly down on the top of this goblin's head. You all hear, and you no longer see the top of the goblin's head. You're not sure exactly what's happened to the goblin, but you don't think it's pleasant. So yeah, you no longer see him. Okay. So would you like to move anywhere else, or is that your turn?
That is my turn. I think I'm gonna stay where I am.
Okay.
because I don't want to move too much because I'm afraid of losing too much blood. So I'm gonna stay right here where I'm safe. I think I'm safe anyway.
No worries, no worries. All right, so that brings us to the top of the round. And now that brings us back to Warple.
All right. So seeing that Drovar and Shump have this in hand, Chris, do I see that one that ran off?
Make a perception check for me.
Oh, that's real good. 25.
Yeah, 25. You can just barely see him. Like you absolutely can, like the back of his head. Um, as he's kind of making his way, running through the brush. You can all still hear him screaming something, but only Bocek understands him, unless any of you, the rest of you speak Goblinoid. He's
Undercommon. Nope.
he's absolutely just screaming sorry over and over again at the top of his lungs.
I assume he's calling for backup. So I'll leap 25 feet in his direction.
Okay.
And does that put me within 80 of him?
That would. Hold on a second. Yep. Yes, it does.
Again, I drag the edge of the arrow across my cheek and I fire.
Okay.
Ooh, not great. I imagine an AC 10 does not hit him.
No, unfortunately, as you shoot, the arrow actually looks like it's going to hit its target, but unfortunately gets caught in some of the foliage that he's running through, slows down the arrow, and it does not actually make it to him.
All right, that's me.
Okay. All right, Shug. It's your turn.
I bring my hand axe down on the one in front of me.
Okay, go for it.
Dirty 20 to hit.
That absolutely hits. Roll for damage.
6 damage.
6 damage. Okay, yeah, this one seems to be a little faster than the others. You do make contact. Your hand axe goes right down in between where the neck and the shoulder meet, and you yank it out forcefully. It immediately drops the sword it's holding, as you seem to have severed some kind of connection that will allow it to hold its sword. But as it drops the sword, it's bleeding profusely. For some reason, still standing. But it looks like it's on its last legs, barely able to stand.
All right, Shug's gonna go, pick it back up, die with a blade in your hand.
Make an intimidation check for me.
13.
13. Yeah, it looks up at you. Still, every time it looks at you, there is a look of confusion on its face. And there is now yet another dark, wet puddle forming underneath this goblin. And they have a stench to them already. And this just does not add anything to it. In fact, it just makes it even worse. It tries to lift up, like it actually leans down to try and pick up the sword. It doesn't look like its hand's working at all, and it just starts slapping its hand down on the sword, desperately trying to lift it. Eventually picks it up with what looks like it's probably its weak hand, and it just kind of holds it very weakly and shakily in front of itself. It's very pathetic looking. Okay, would you like to do anything else? Would you like to move? Okay. All right, Bocek, it is now your turn.
That injured goblin is the only one left, I'm guessing?
That you can currently see, yes.
I would like to walk up behind it and take a swing at it with non-lethal damage. If I can reach it.
What's your full speed?
30.
30. Yeah, you actually can. You get right up onto it. You are right next to Drovar, who you can see is like foaming at the mouth and cursing and screaming in a language that you don't understand at this goblin. Um, but you are adjacent to it, and you can roll to attack.
Excellent. I'm going to use an unarmed strike, and the roleplay description for my non-lethal damage is just grabbing it by the top of the head, picking it up, and squeezing.
Okay. It'll still be like a regular attack. But
Yeah.
but for the flavor of it, yeah, that you can absolutely
Yeah.
do that. Not a problem.
And does a 14 hit?
No, it does not. So you actually go reach down to try and grab it at the top of its head. It sees this massive shadow blocking out the sun, and it weakly turns up to see you running at it. You get right up to it, and as you reach out, it very, very feebly shrieks, and because it's just taken so much damage from Shug at this point. And when it tries to move out of your way, you still do grab it, but you grab it in the area that Shug has basically bisected, in between the neck and shoulder, and all of the blood that it is now leaking out of it has made it too slippery to grab onto, and it just kind of slides right out of your hand.
Okay, and for my bonus action, I'd like to take another unarmed attack. Same thing, trying to use my other hand to get a better grip on it.
Yeah, sure, go for it.
I'm guessing a 21 hits.
Yeah, absolutely. So missing with the first one, you go, oh no, and you just grab him with your other hand, and as you do, he's just taken so much damage and he's lost so much blood at this. He just passes out in your hand, and doesn't seem to be much of a threat at this moment. All right, so.
This one's sleep now. It show us where horse owners go.
All right, so the only goblin left at this point is the one that's running, screaming sorry. He's using his movement to full movement. He is using a dash action and continuing to dash. And at this point, unless you would like to continue chasing him, there doesn't seem to be much of a threat to the group at this moment. All right, so
I kill the goblin.
Okay, yeah.
Drover just he's down to the ground, and Drover just
yeah,
and just
The one that I actively have in my hands.
Cut him in half out of your hands, but Drovar doesn't hear you and was trying to kill the guy, and it's like, oh, he stopped moving. Good.
Yeah. So I would actually say, let's see, he's unconscious, he's grappled. Just roll me an attack with advantage, because he is unconscious.
Okay.
He's currently being grappled by Bocek.
I'm just trying to figure out how do I. Okay, I'll just roll to hit twice.
Yeah.
A 15.
So 15?
Yeah, 15.
Okay. Yeah. So Bocek, you're holding the goblin, and you say this, and you're actually holding it by the top of his head. And as you do that, you kind of slightly lift him up. Not much. Like his feet are kind of like dragging along the ground. And Drovar, just like a fucking piñata, with a blade at the end of it, he just comes and just like cleaves him in two. And Bocek, goblin just got lighter. Like he's gonna be easy to move around. And then you look down and you can see from the navel down, it is on the ground, and there's just guts and viscera just pouring out of the rest of them. But the rest of them seems fine. And Drovar is just like
You not very good at job, are you?
Shug's just gonna step in between Drovar and the Goliath.
Wojciech not mad, just disappointed.
Oh, I'm that's
Gorple would continue to try to fire at this running goblin, not letting his prey escape. I do have a max range of 320 on the bow.
Okay. So
Yeah.
yeah, that's definitely within your range. So yeah, so take another shot at disadvantage.
Now, it goes wide, and then he's not going to pursue too much, but he's trying.
Okay, yeah, no worries. Yeah, you just unfortunately like it's not so much that you can't actually shoot him. It's just there's too many things that are getting in your way as far as like trees and rocks and foliage and stuff that it's not helping. Um, but yeah, so at this moment in time, uh, there doesn't seem to you all kind of take a breath, take stock, look around, see what's going on, and at the moment doesn't look like it looks like you've taken care of this ambush. Um, and clearly it was an ambush, and all seems to be quiet at the moment.
Leaning up against the stump, Basha removes the arrow and wraps her arm with the scarf. She still looks in pretty bad shape, and she'll just call from behind the stump, be like, "Is it over? Are they gone?"
Shug, check the lady.
Are you going to stand down now?
I'm talking, aren't I?
Yeah, you're still gripping that axe pretty hard.
Yeah. Check on the lady.
All right, don't hurt the gentle giant. I'm gonna walk past Drovar and
He just wipes the axe on the ground and sheaths it. It's like, right. Hey, Gorb, did you get the runner?
Hopping back tree to tree. He escaped, but that may not be the worst thing. It gives us a way to track.
He'll lead us to his home. We'll get the rest of it
Runner,
later.
runner is good thing. Runner say he's sorry. That means we no kill. We just incapacitate. Because if they sorry, then they no get killed.
Uh-huh.
She gives a dry laugh. Is that what he's saying? Oh,
I've been hunting many things. These creatures are like vermin. You let one live and then they infest your house.
I tell him
rats?
to say he's sorry. He say he's sorry.
Well, if you can pick him out of the pile when it's over, you can let him live.
I'm going to need to lay hands on you. Is that all right?
That's fine. She's white with shock, so.
Great.
So Drovar reaches into his pouch and he just climbs back in the cart. He heaves what's left of the incinerated goblin out of the cart and just yeets him basically off to the side.
Oh yeah, that goblin is a burnt, charred mess. It is not pleasant smelling at all. But yeah. You get him out.
And he just sits down behind the reins and takes out a flask and just.
So after healing you, Shug pulls his hand back that has a bit of your blood on it and just kind of marks under your eye and says, "Remember the wound, even though it's gone."
Okay. Is this custom thing that you do? All right. I accept it.
Gorple will kind of like land, and I want to look around, Chris, kind of picking up where I left off. I know we probably kicked a shitload of stuff up from that scrape and a twirling horse, but he's going to try to find where majority of the tracks actually came from, and if they happen to be in the direction that goblin ran away.
Okay. Make a survival check for me, please.
I only have a 9.
9. Well, in addition to you didn't actually get to finish because you were attacked from the last time you had checked. But thankfully, with this actual goblin running away, you're starting to get the impression that it's probably running towards where they might, other goblins might be held up, but you're not entirely sure anymore how many goblins were at um, the initial ambush of what is now obviously Sildar and Gundren.
So, just to let you know, I lost track at about 6. That's when we were ambushed. There could have been more in the initial attack. I would imagine so if they dragged off either their hostages or their dinner. But where that creature went likely will lead back. If anyone wouldn't mind helping me collect some arrows from these creatures, they seem to have bows. I could use extra arrows for, I guess, tracking.
Basha holds up the arrow that she pulled out of her arm. Like this?
I don't want that used arrow. It's probably damaged. It probably hit a bone or something.
Yeah. And now as you're looking at these arrows, they are actually very poorly, like they're not straight. They look like they were carved out of branches of trees. I mean, they're not the greatest arrows in the world. They look like they're good enough for what they need done. But they're not fantastic arrows.
All right. Well, then maybe I won't use them.
I
All right.
throw the arrow with more than a little force.
All right, big man, let's get the other horse out of the way so we can at least move the cart if we have to.
Okay.
That trail's not going to be wide enough for this thing, is it?
Shug starts towards the horse, realizes you were talking to someone else, and like, oh, sorry. It probably meant Bocek, right?
And he is a bit bigger, and he lifted the other one. He can at least drag it out of the way. We just need clearance.
I'll say we might be able to pull off right by the shrubbery, and I'll kind of point to that like bushes that were ahead of us, and I might be able to whip some camouflage together for our cart so that we can go, I guess.
I follow them on foot. If they're raiding out of an encampment, it can't be far. If they're just got us by happenstance, I would be very surprised.
Can you tell when the horses died? If there's a chance, we had like how much time ahead have they had? Gundren and Sildar.
All right.
I mean, I might be able to tell if it's something I can tell through medicine. I'm good at this.
I mean, I'm a hunter. I could probably see how warm they are from the blood flow, and so I'll hop over to the dead horse that hasn't been moved yet, and I will kind of pull out a dagger, and I will do an insertion, and then kind of like put my fingers inside, and I will check the like warmth to kind of figure out if it's cold or if it has a little bit of heat, just to kind of determine how long this thing may have been dead.
Okay. Basha, did you want to make a check as well?
Only if you say a medicine check would allow me to check that too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this would be definitely mentioned.
And I-
So Gorple and Basha, please make medicine checks for me.
13 for me.
13. Basha. What was that, Basha?
21.
21. Yeah, between the both of you, you actually start to inspect the horse. Gorple doing it his own very unique way, and you just kind of watch and you're kind of doing what you need to do. Between the two of you, you kind of determine it's probably been like a day, or maybe actually no, it's been about 4.5 to 5 days, maybe, and you start to remember that Sildar and Gundren left a day before you, and that kind of tracks.
I tell them. Yes, they maybe, yes, about when we leave, so they must have gotten caught very quickly.
Well, I imagine that we're about a day behind then, or maybe more, just not much. Oh, they may have traveled faster. They have horses.
That. Also, we took time to get supplies.
If it's goblins carrying a dwarf and a human, it can't have to be a bunch of them to make good time carrying that much weight.
Well,
There's always
to
a
be,
bunch of them.
also, it could have just been those 6. They could have dragged them, then came back and set in wait for any other travelers. That That was a well-placed ambush. Kudos on them.
When they're that confident, there's not just 6.
Yeah, there has to be. And where was that one running to then? Why did
Well,
Shall we after them then?
in despair? Yes, I think so.
Hey, let's get this. Show me where you want the cart to go. We'll
Yeah,
park.
so can I try to make like a survival check, Chris, to like help like camouflage the cart and oxen as best as possible, like using bushes in the area?
Sure.
With
Yeah.
us.
Yeah. Make a survival
I-
check.
I have proficiency in survival, so I'll aid him.
Yeah,
If that-
absolutely. So Gorple, you get advantage on that with Drovar's aid.
Those 219s is a 23 survival.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Without issue, you are able to not only pull the cart off of the road and actually hide it fairly well. You do, looking at Lou and Bertha, who didn't move throughout the entire fight and battle. You get the impression these are very well trained oxen, and you probably won't have any issues leaving them here as long as they're left some food, and you know, and you're not gonna take too long.
As part of like the hiding, we'll unyoke them just because like you don't want someone stealing the cart if they find it. You give them a little bit more time having to reattach it, so let the ox like graze near like the tree that it's camouflaged by.
Sure.
Well, if there's feed bags, I mean, we could set that up too, as something.
That's true.
But yeah, we don't want them wandering away.
I mean, you can unyoke them, and then kind of like stake them, a little further away, to kind of keep them in that area. And you do have feedbacks, by the way. Like, you have all of the necessary things for at least a week to keep them well fed and throughout your journey.
Sounds good.
All right. Yeah,
Yeah.
let's. Here,
Okay.
I'll lead the way, and
All right. So
Yeah, Drovar was looking a little shaky as he was like starting this, but once he got into a routine of doing something, and he's like, seems to be back to himself at this point. He's like, right, well, lead the way then.
all right. So at this point, I would like to know a marching order. So Gorple, you said you were taking the lead. Who would be after Gorple?
I would like to volunteer Bocek for that because Bocek is consistently worried about his little frog buddy.
Aww.
Not a problem. Not a problem. So who would be after Bocek?
I will be in third. Middle. I like middle. This is safe. Also, I'm fully healed, just so you know.
Okay. Perfect. All right.
Shrug.
Awesome. All right. After Basha,
I guess Drovar will be fourth.
that would leave Shug bringing up the rear.
Cleric in the back.
Yep.
Yeah, but your perception is higher than mine. It'd be good for somebody watching our back.
All right.
Also, I can see over most of you.
That is also true.
That's what I was doing.
and since I'm setting the pace, me and Drovar are actually walking at a nice speed.
Yeah.
I like this.
Yeah. You're not being led by somebody with a larger gait. It's kind of nice.
I'm like,
So-
are we creeping? Or is that why we are slow? What is happening?
Well, that's
I-
actually my next question. Are you
I would-
moving stealthily? Are you moving at a normal pace?
Stealthily for me.
I would suggest stealth, but it may not work. I kind of look at Shug in his heavy armor.
I crit.
Yeah.
Don't tell me I can't.
Shug looks down at like his 100% chainmail, and it's just like, alternatively, I could just be singing an orcish war song.
No,
They're gonna hear me coming anyway.
I mean, that's fair.
Well,
Confuse them.
Well, think about this. One of them is running ahead of us. If we move quietly, there's a chance they might just think we're the party returning back with a kill. So we may as well try stealth.
Why?
And if it
All
doesn't
right.
work,
Try
we
stealth.
do it the other way.
Bocek, talk about brewing in Goblin. Just talk in Goblin as we walk. Then they'll
No,
be Goblin.
no talking. That
Oh.
is-
Well, if he's gonna talk anyway, I was just thinking we could make it worthwhile.
we have to be quiet. And I'll grab my turtle shell shield, and
He
I'll
sounds
I'll
like two rocks being rubbed together. Even if he talks in Goblin, they're not gonna believe it.
Do you want me to be extra quiet? Because I have way of being extra quiet if you let me.
That's up to you. I was just going to be quiet normally.
I take out a necklace that's around my neck and open it, I guess, and whisper into it slightly, and I go invisible in front of all of you and just disappear.
Oh.
After a second, you hear my voice, and I'm like, I am still here, Bolchek. It's okay. Just invisible. Magic.
Oh, I was
Hopefully
going to
that-
say bye-bye.
Hopefully that lasts long enough for us to get there, and I will then pick up the
See how
pace
long it-
stealthily with
We'll
some
see.
darts in my hand. I have some darts in
Oh,
my
no,
hand
no.
and my shield out.
Well, for 1 hour, I'd be extra stealthy.
All right.
Okay, so with all of that, so I'm going to need stealth checks from everybody. Basha, because you're invisible, you get advantage. Shug, you get disadvantage, obviously.
I rolled a 5.
All right.
There's my natural 20. I got 2 tonight, so stealth.
All
but a
right.
20 total.
What's the total on that?
21 for me, so
21. Okay. Gorple?
7.
So-
I'm really concentrating on tracking.
Gotcha. Bochek?
10.
10. Basha?
15.
15. Okay.
17.
Oh, 17. I'm sorry. All right. So, okay. All right. So you start to slowly and stealthily try to make your way, following the goblin that ran away, that you all now know, thanks to Bochek, was screaming sorry as you ran away from the party. Occasionally, Gorple, you are stopping every now and then to kind of check and kind of track, and kind of absent-mindedly as you're doing this, you are actually like grabbing large rocks and kind of like flinging them to the side because they're screwing up your tracking. And they're just kind of hitting things, trees and other rocks, making large, loud clacking noises. Not the stealthiest you've ever been, but you know. And Shug sounds like someone has just taken a number of pieces of metal in a bag and are just kind of like shaking them, just like shh, 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 occasionally. And he is trying his best to be as quiet as he can, occasionally just kind of like pressing the chainmail up against his chest, but then the back becomes extra loud, and after a while he just kind of like gives up, trying to be stealthy and just accepts it for what it is.
Yeah, don't try. It's even worse. Just
so you continue making your way. Corporal, I will need you to make a survival check for me, please.
15.
15. So easy enough, you are able to follow the tracks of this running goblin. They made no bones about trying to get away, not trying to be stealthy at all. So it is fairly easy to track it. But the other thing you're actually noticing as you're tracking the singular goblin, and you are away from the bloody horse mess and battle that screwed up all of what you were trying to figure out before, you are now actually starting to see this is a well-traveled path for these goblins. You can see fairly recently what seems to be a set of at least a dozen sets of goblin tracks. In addition, drag marks. 2 sets of drag marks, one larger than the other, but definitely you're getting the idea that okay, this is definitely the way they dragged possibly Sildar and Gundren away.
I'll take a moment to kind of point it out to everyone. I think we found exactly what we were looking for. Any blood or anything in those drag marks? Like, were our friends injured? Can I make an investigation?
Yeah, make an investigation check.
I could not tell you. It's rained.
Yeah, the mist and kind of drizzle from the other day seems to have washed away some of those indicators that would have told you, if they were hurt or not. But you do recall the kind of dark stains on some of the saddles, so there is probably a good chance that one, if not both, were injured. during the battle, during this
I-
the ambush.
I unfortunately can't tell the condition our friends might be in.
You mean Fancy Man and Gumpla Rombarol, right?
Yes. Something like that, yes.
Rock seeker. He looks for rocks.
Rock finder, right.
I mean, even if you go with Pebble Looker, you'll be closer.
True.
So as
I'm
Bocek,
not sure why you count me.
yeah, as Bocek is like trying to grasp the concept of what you are laying down for him, I need you all to roll another stealth check for me, please. Basha, at this point, your invisibility has worn off.
It wears off and it scares me because I only rolled a 4.
Well, so did I this time. So
I can see myself again. Oh shit.
Yeah.
and
I
I
should have been quiet.
and I walk right into you.
Yeah,
Damn it, Moradin's beard.
just pop, just right in
Somehow,
front of you.
Bocek is so caught
I've
up
been
in his
here-
counting that he forgets to make any noise or breathe because he gets a 21.
That's great. Gorple, what'd you get?
13.
You had to breathe.
Shug.
Breathe.
Twinsies. I also got a 13.
Nice. All right. So for the second hour into your journey, for some reason, Shug, Bocek, and Gorple, who especially Shug and Gorple were the loudest of the group. They've kind of like found their rhythm and have really kind of try to be a little more stealthy, a little more aware of their movements. Bocek is just every now and then, Basha, you actually have to nudge Bocek to remind him to breathe as he's continuously trying to count. But every time he gets to the 10, the number 10, he has to start over. So Drovar, yeah, you just Basha just
I tripped over the wizard. Yeah.
yeah, just she just like appeared in front of you, and you both go tumbling into the ground.
We're gonna stop eating like this.
Yeah, Gorple, as you are in the lead, I need you to make a perception check for me, please.
Yes, sir.
It's what you have my hat.
25 because my eyes are super sharp.
Okay. As all of this as Drovar and Basha go tumbling into the dirt, and you actually stop for a moment. You are maybe about like 10 feet at most ahead of the rest of the group. As they go tumbling, and you kind of like look back and shake your head a little bit. As you start to spin your head around, something catches your eye for a moment, and you look a little more closely. You look down and you just start sweeping the dirt very, very lightly, and you see this large. You see what looks like a rope, and it's circular, and you just keep slowly brushing off the dirt and debris off of it, and you watch as you can see that this rope is attached to a tree, and that if any of you would have stepped into this snare, you would have instantly been caught and hucked up into the air, in the tree that is very now clearly, as you're paying attention, bowed over, ready for this trap to be sprung.
I'll kind of like stop everyone. Hold up. These creatures may not be strong, but they are clever. They are ambush hunters and they set traps, and I'll kind of like point at the snare. You all need to be careful. Let's be a little more cautious. I think we're getting closer to the camp.
Okay.
All right.
So another 10 minutes go by, another 15 minutes go by. I need you to make another perception check for me, Gorple.
Yes, sir. Not nearly as impressive with a natural 1, so that's a 7.
Okay. Yeah, so as you are all progressing, things seem to be a little clearer. You don't see any bough trees. You don't think that they've set up any more snares. Um, then all of a sudden, the ground falls out from underneath your feet. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw for me, please.
All of us are just Squirple.
That will be a 22.
All right. So, yeah, as you feel the ground kind of falling away under your feet, you just leap backwards and kind of almost in a similar tumbling fashion from missing getting shot by one of these goblins' arrows. You make your way backwards, and as you get back up and turn around, you can see a pit with spikes just kind of sticking up around it. It's about 6 feet wide, seems to be about maybe 10, 11 feet deep. And that would have definitely been very painful if you fell in.
It's a lot of work to dig something like that.
Oh,
This is no temporary camp. They wouldn't put that
No.
much effort into it if they were just passing through.
This looks like similar defenses the Lurky Pokey tribe would use in our jungle homes.
All right.
All right, so
Definitely not a
maybe
mud hole I'd
you
want to
can
die
make
at the bottom
friends?
of.
No.
no.
Maybe you can make friends. We talk to them. We get our friends back.
We can try, but we may have to be firm in our conversation. Like, we may have to hurt them, Bolchek, unfortunately.
Bocek not good at hurting people.
You looked pretty damn fucking good at it before. He mutters.
I do have an honest question for y'all is, are we taking prisoners or are we offering them no quarter?
It depends
they
if we
say
need
they're
them.
s-
Do we need
If
them?
if they say they're sorry, we have to let them go. You know, if people apologize, you forgive them.
That's
Oh, goblins like to lie, though, Bolchek. What do you do about the liars?
Everybody gets one. After that, you rip their head off and feed it to infants.
Okay, alright, that's fair.
Bocek, I don't know if I agree with everything you said, but
Especially the
unfortunately,
infant part.
Hey, what if they shoot first, Bolchek? What if they shoot first without talking?
Well, depend. Are you able to slap them so hard that they put down weapon and apologize? If yes, then do so. If no, then hit them with horse.
Can't slap them so hard that all that, but I can make them laugh so hard they fall over and not get back up. Not die, just fall over.
Look, if they no say they're sorry, then too bad. You pick fight with us, you get hit with horse.
they
If we show up and they say they're sorry, then we let go and we tell them to work for Mr. Bossman, who is not 3 kobolds in trench coat.
Okay, I see your point.
Bocek, there's a lot more of them than there are us. We need to go in there lethally.
And quietly. If we can. Just walking up and saying, hey, say you're sorry and bring our boss out. We're just gonna get arrows in the face.
Yeah, but those arrows don't work. I got
For
shot
you?
with one and it don't work.
Just want to almost die,
You
Bolchek.
see how much blood she lost?
I'm
This
better
woman, this
now.
friend of yours, they shot her. I would have killed somebody if she didn't have at least a little training.
I mean,
To kill us.
Bocek, to agree with Drovar, they killed those 2 innocent horses and they captured our friends who hired us. To get the money to your family, we need to get our friends back at whatever the cost.
The second you bring up Bocek's family, like a little bit of steam comes out of his nose. Okay, Bocek, go and take care. And starts like running forward, not sure where he's going.
Bolchek, wait, let okay.
I think the stupid pacifist bit he was doing was safer for us. Come on.
I'll try to hop. So you're like,
Uh,
slow down, Bocek, slow down.
well, there is enough space now that
You-
you actually see it. There's enough space to actually all of you to circumvent. But I don't know what would Bocek do in this moment. Like what now that he's kind of seeing red per se. Like, what would he do? Would he actually try to go around? Would he try to jump over? Like, what do you think?
I- If he gets told to slow down, he's going to slow down.
Okay.
I
He
tell him slow
trusts
down.
he trusts the people in this group enough that like he knows he's not always the smartest. So when he gets told to do things like slow down, he slows down.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. I was just curious as to how Bocek would react in this moment. But okay, so yeah, so you Bocek kind of like still he still seems determined, but he's absolutely now paying more attention and listening to what the group is saying at this moment. And you all definitely make your way around this pit. I need you all to make another stealth check for me, please.
Man, that disadvantage. That
That's
was a natural
19.
20. Not anymore.
All right,
So a total of 20.
so
Sorry.
all right, so Drovar, you said total 20. Basha, what'd you get?
19.
19. Gorple,
12.
12. Shug,
Sick.
6. Bocek, what'd you get?
Also 12.
Okay, all right, it's not bad. All right, so you make your way around the pit. At some point, Bocek actually almost slips and falls backwards into the pit. Some of the ground actually gives way and he actually reaches out and grabs a nearby tree that's right next to him to kind of catch himself, and he does. But in doing so, actually snaps this tree in half, making
Oh.
making a loud sound as he does it. That kind of you watch the birds just kind of fly out, and as this sound happens, and Bocek goes, "I'm good," just clearly he's fine. He didn't fall into the pit. But for the rest of you, you all move with rather slowly but stealthily towards what you now start to hear the sound of running water. And as you continue following Gorple as he's tracking these goblins to where they may actually be, you now to your left you can actually see the beginnings of a small, very 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 meager looking stream. Um, it seems to kind of it doesn't empty out into anything. It just seems to kind of like be absorbed by the ground at some point. But again, there seems to be enough of it that as you continue to progress, the stream just does get a little deeper. It does get a little wider. Um, and at this point in time, you actually can see somewhat in the distance the outside of what looks like a cave in a hillside. There's the shallow stream actually starts. You can see it flowing out of the cave mouth, which is screened by some dense briar thickets, like right about out from the outside of it. There is a narrow dry path that leads into the cave on the right hand side of the stream. So there is a way, but you can tell as you're progressing that it will only allow maybe single file. No more than that. This path on the side of the stream leading right into the cave. So what would you like to do at this moment, as you come up to this site of this cave's entrance?
I'll take a moment to kind of look around the entrance to see if there's any goblin up front, like if that guy is still there who ran away. Like, yeah,
Okay.
just looking around.
Okay, so the actual entrance from where you are, from where your group has noticed this, is maybe about 50 to 60 feet away from you. In order to do all of that, you would actually have to move a little bit closer. Would you like to do that?
Yeah, so I'll put away my shield and darts, and I'll pull out my bow, and I'll kind of try to stealthily move around to kind of get any vantage points of like they ambushed us before, so this could be another ambush.
Okay.
So I'm looking out for that.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll have my crossbow out, and I'm just kind of giving him cover as he moves. If a goblin starts to reveal himself, I'll try to plunk him.
Gotcha. All right, so Gorple and Drovar.
Bocek is
I'm sorry, go ahead, Bocek. What would you like to do?
Bocek is going to take out his bar darts and
also follow, trying to cover.
Okay, sure. So Gorpal, Drovar, and Bocek, please make stealth checks for me.
Another 19, so a total of 20.
Drovar 19, Gorpal,
10.
and Bocek.
Sorry, guys. 7.
Okay. So you slowly starting to make your way towards their Basha and Shug. You kind of like stay behind and kind of watching as they progress. Gwarple making not making a lot of sound, but occasionally you see kicking a pebble or two off, to the side as he's moving. Drovar just silently, just kind of shadowing Gwarple, kind of looking around, has the crossbow in hand. Uh, and Bocek is just like, Goblin? Goblin. Drovar just like shakes his head, and Gorple's like, Bocek is like, so, but you watch as they slowly start to make their way towards this cave entrance. Even with those interesting stealth rolls, on the east side of the stream, flowing from the cave mouth, you can see those the small area of briar thickets. You can see that area has been hollowed out to form kind of a lookout post or blind. And there's wooden planks that kind of flatten down like the foliage and the thickets in that area. And you can see two goblins kind of laying on these posts, seemingly oblivious to the three of you actually making your way. And you can actually you can see them talking to each other. Gorpal and Drovar, you have no idea what you're saying. Bocek, you understand exactly what they're saying as they're talking, and they're like,
"Yeah, he's stupid. He come back. He don't bring nothing." It's like, "Yeah, boss gonna kill him good. Gonna kill him good for not bringing anything."
and they're just like going back and forth, kind of like talking about this. But they do not see you at all. What would you like to do?
I kind of like look and I kind of like point, like, kill them.
Okay.
And I would like to stealthily make my way. So they're not looking at us, right?
No, currently they are not looking, but you have you Gorpal and you Drovar and Bocek can see, like, you can kind of see them. Bocek, you can see them kind of like they should see you, Bocek. Like, you are so tall, like they can, all they need to do is look up and they kind of see you past the thickets, but they're not paying attention at the moment. And Gorpal and Drovar, you kind of see them through the brambles, just kind of laying there, kind of like talking back and forth to each other.
Do I think that I could like hop over behind them to like attack them from behind?
Yeah, you think you might be able to do that without an issue.
Okay, so I'll
Okay.
draw my two machetes as I put my bow away, and I kind of like, and I'll do like a kind of flipping leap.
Because before you go, I'm just checking. Okay, so we've got the really tall guy who could kind of lean over the hedge if he needs to. We've got the frog guy who can jump over the hedge. I have to actually run around it, right, to get to them for hand to hand. Am I right about that?
You could if you wanted to run through. Like, you can see that from far away the brambles actually look very thick. But the closer you actually get, and the reason why you can actually see them is because the closer you get, you can see that it is not as thick as it seems to be. So
Okay.
you guess that you could probably run through it if you needed to get.
I'll go
get
for that then.
Okay.
I'll go for that. So when Gorpal starts doing the countdown, I switch to the axe because I want to try to do this in one hit,
Okay.
if possible. And I'm like, basically, as soon as I see him start his spring, then I and just run right through.
Okay.
I don't rage though because I only have one more
Okay.
before I have to rest.
All right, no worries. So what I'm gonna do instead of going by an initiative, I'm gonna go by the stealth rolls that you made. Um, so this should be interesting. Um, so this is completely a surprise round because they were not expecting you, did not see you at all, but all of a sudden, Gwarple, you are like crouched, ready to jump, and as you do, Bocha kind of leans over and goes, "Hey!" and they go, "Whoa!" So as that happens, Bocek, I need you. What would you like to do in this moment? Are you attacking? What are what are you doing?
Uh, I'm guessing I'm just gonna smash down my fists and try to smush them because that's what I was told to do.
Okay. So roll your first attack.
14.
14. They look up and see you, and as you come in, go, ah, and just kind of rolls to the side, and your hand just smashes into the wooden plank that they are laying on.
Okay, and for a bonus action, I'll take a second attack.
Go for it.
15.
15 does hit. So the one that rolled to the side actually pushes the other goblin directly into your other fist as you're coming down with it, and just bam! Roll attack, please. Roll damage. I'm sorry.
9.
9. And as you come down, you can hear the crunch and squish as your fist partially goes through the chest of the one that kind of got pushed into the way of you. And as you lift your hand up, like it just like slowly detaches from your hand and just drops there. The other goblin that rolled out of the way initially, eyes open in fear. So that's your turn, Bocek. Next up would be Gwarple. So Gwarple, you as this is happening, you jump over, make your way on top. There is one goblin left at this point.
So I kind of draw my machetes across my slimy skin on each arm and stab down with both hands. So I'll do main attack and then offhand attack.
Okay.
AC 18 with the main hand.
Yep, that hits.
Take 6 damage and then make me a con save.
Sure. Okay, 13.
So he's good. Second attack. AC 20.
20, that definitely hits.
Oh, that's cocked. Let's try again. 4 piercing.
Or piercing. Okay.
And I assume he's not up, so he does not need to make another con save.
Yeah, at this point, you come in and you just slash, and as you do, the first slash hits him. It kind of looks down, and you can actually now see like the poison from your skin kind of starting to creep into the wound, leaving like these black little tendrils around the wound. And as it looks up, you just slash again, and as you do, it just drops to the ground. Drovar, you jump through the brambles to see these two dead goblins.
Right. Well done.
I pick up the goblin that Gorple killed and use it to wipe the guts of the goblin that I killed off my hand.
You do a so-so job. I mean, they're barely wearing clothing as it is. It looks like they're wearing kind of like hide armors and torn rags to kind of cover some parts of them. Not the greatest job in the world. So, but you get most of it off.
I tap Bocek and point to the stream that's coming out of the cave. It's like, when we get over there, you clean your hand off.
I will prop up the goblins to look like they're still sitting in the blind.
Okay, make me a. This
Nothing.
is going to be a performance check for me. This is a performance.
Sure thing.
Yeah.
I rolled a 13, so that's what I have.
Okay, sure. Yeah, you think you pretty good job. Like they're kind of like you try to take the one that's got the smashed back like the big hole in its back and everything. You kind of try to prop them up in an angle so you can't see like the blood and the hole in the back, and you just kind of you think that they look like they're they could probably still be talking to each other and keeping watch. So the three of you kind of like lean out of the bramble and kind of motion to Basha and Shug, and kind of motion them to come over. They slowly start making their way over. And you are now at the entrance of this cave. You can see that, again, the majority of this cave entrance is the stream, and then a very narrow road on the right side of the stream as you enter it. Just for the sake of rules in this instance, you can actually make your way, walk in the stream if you like, but it will be considered difficult terrain, as it is moving water. And at any time that you would like to climb into or out of the water onto the narrow path, it will not actually take any kind of check or roll to do so. You can easily go back and forth without issue. They are not so far disparate that you would have to make a check, for any of that.
Okay.
But you are all standing at the entrance of this cave where you believe your friends have been dragged to. What would you like to do?
Does this small flowing river loud enough to seem to like cover normal walking sounds?
This would be a survival check. Make a survival check for me.
21.
21. Yeah, this is especially considering your background and where you're from. Absolutely, running water is one of the great masks of noise. So you get the impression that this is actually probably going to do very well, especially for some of the louder folks in your group.
I think whatever the flow of this river or stream should cover any sound we make, so we might be able to proceed, a little bit louder.
All right.
And I'll put away my bow.
Looking into the cave, are there any sign of light sources in there?
No, as you look inside, the only source of light that seems to be in this cave entrance is just the light, the natural light from outside. You do not see any internal sources of light whatsoever. So those without dark vision, unless there is some kind of light being used, will be considered blind as you make your way deeper into the cave.
Evan told me take light. Why I not take light? Why I not listen to teachers? I don't know.
Shug and I will find in there. I'm sure the goblins are too. They like places like this, but you guys are going to need light, and that is going to be there. They'll see it before we see them. So be ready.
Bocek opens his knapsack and pulls out 10 torches.
Perfect. I'll take one.
Well, yeah.
I can't move in if I can't see. It's unfortunate, but true.
Understandable.
Bocek is helper.
You are a helper. Thank you, Bocek.
All right. So as you are slowly moving into the cave, I will need a marching order, please.
Not first.
Well, I think it's with no light sources.
If they are
Light
going to
sources
see
on.
Bocek regardless, then maybe let Bocek be first to get shot.
Well, you can actually talk to him as well.
It's fair.
So Bocek is up front.
So I'm gonna climb to the other side of the cave, adjacent to the same position as Bocek.
Okay.
So I'll be wall crawling alongside him, but on the other side.
Nice.
Okay, I'll be after
Creepy, but nice.
because I don't have the speed that the other folks do, so I want to be closer to the front.
I'll be behind
Things
you.
Okay.
Basha, would you like me behind you then?
Please.
Very well.
Leave
I'll
me in
cover
the
the
back.
rear.
I'm afraid Goblin will come and steal me away, and you'll never see me again. My children will never see me again. I can't have that.
Sounds like a bedtime story.
I didn't know he had children.
2. We can talk about that sometime when we aren't about to infiltrate the Goblin Cave.
Okay, so slowly start making your way into the cave entrance. You watch as Gorple is just kind of like, just making his way on the side of the cave entrance, on the wall itself. Cool, but a little creepy. As this is happening.
Spider frog does whatever a spider frog does.
Just inside the cave mouth, you make it maybe about 25 feet within the cave entrance. And this is just about the point where the light from the entrance is no longer viable. But you walk this. There are a few uneven stone steps that lead up to a small, dank chamber on the east side of the passage. So Gorple, you don't see this yet because you are on the opposite side of this. The cave starts to narrow to a steep fissure at the far end, and it's filled with the stench of animals. You can hear savage snarls and the sounds of rattling chains. Let's see, so Bocek is up front. So I would probably say Bocek and Drovar. Make perception checks for me. Bocek, yours is going to be at disadvantage unless you've lit a torch.
I assumed that me being in front meant that I lit a torch.
Yeah.
Okay. So you've lit the torch, so it'll just be a straight perception check, both you and Drovar.
Okay, 11 for me.
Okay.
16 for me.
What is noise?
So you kind of both like peek your head around what you can now see, like this opening, and inside you can see what looks like a number of creatures inside, kind of snarling and growling at each other. Bocek, Drovar, you're having a hard time seeing exactly what they are because Bocek's thigh is just like squeezing, like consistently squeezing your head to the side. But Bocek, you have a clearer of sight on this. And to you, there's 3 doggies in here.
Sweet baby puppies! And I would like to take 3 rations out of my pouch and run over to feed them.
Oh.
Okay, so the rest of you watch Bocek just bolt into this cave. Screaming puppies.
Oh, it's dark. Now it's dark. Oh no.
I start scrambling as soon as he starts running. I start scrambling across the roof.
Yeah.
Next time I take torch.
Bocek, as you get closer, you can see that these 3 puppies are chained to like this stalagmite, just kind of protruding from the ground. And as you approach, they just kind of like jump, like try to grab, jump at you, but are stopped by these chains and just continue like. So you took out 3 rations. I would like. All right. Do you throw the food at them, or what are you trying to do with the rations?
I am trying to step just in range to put the rations down in front of them without being in range for them to bite me, to show that I am both not a threat and there as a friend.
Okay. So you do that. You get as close as you can, and they're still like even after you put the rations down, they're eyeing you and they're just kind of looking. The rest of you, you start to make your way in slowly behind Bocek, still not 100% sure what the hell's going on, and the rest of you can now see these three mangy, somewhat large-looking wolves, chained up to a
Oh,
stalagmite.
Well, these are.
after I
Mm.
after I put the rations down, I would like to sit down as low as I can to be at eye level with them,
Mhm.
and as close as I can without being in threat range, just staying at a level where I am equal to them.
Okay. Um, After a moment, the rest of you seeing this, very very carefully, they all begin to like sniff towards towards the rations. Um, they all try, like they each one of them tries to snap at the other ones, trying to get more rations than what's been put in front of them. But eventually, they each take the rations and they slowly start to eat them.
Good puppies. Good.
And you kind of
Not puppies.
and they kind of look at you, Bocek, as you slowly make your way, sitting down in front of them. Um, and as they all finish eating these rations, they're still kind of staring at you. You slowly start to put your hand out to them. I need you to make an animal handling check for me, Bocek.
I'm good at that. I'm really good at that. That's a dirty 20.
Yeah.
17 plus 3.
As you slowly start to put your hand out to the first one, the one on the far right, um, it's still kind of looking at you. Its hackles are still up. Its fur, all of their fur is still kind of fluffed out, trying to make themselves look larger than they actually are. It kind of slowly starts sniffing your hand, growls a little bit, and then licks your fingers.
Oh.
Then you do the same for the second. It also sniffs your hand, doesn't lick your fingers, but then it slowly sits and then just kind of like looks at you. And you move your hand over to the third one, moves up, sniffs your hand, slowly puts its head underneath your hand, looking for you to kind of pet it. Scratch a little bit in between the ears. It slowly moves back, sits down next to the other one. They just look at you. They seem to be very, very much calmer than you heard them coming in. They occasionally still do growl at each other, but they don't seem to be aggressive towards you at this moment.
Good job, Bolchek.
As they're close to Bocek, could I see if they have any scars or like they were mistreated?
Sure. Make a. This would be a perception check because you can't get super close up to them unless you'd like to.
I'm not. Bocek seems to have this alpha thing going, so I'm not taking that. I got a 15 perception.
Okay, 15 perception. You can see what looks like they are very well furred, but you can see that each one of them has a number of scars which look like cuts. You're not 100% sure what made them, possibly swords or something sharp, where the hair didn't actually grow out from because they were too deep. And there are a lot of them on their creatures in various parts of their bodies, across the snout, on the chest, and their back, like the haunches. Um, but yeah, they're very very dirty. They don't seem well taken care of, and you can also see what looks like bones. Just various bones around, where they're actually sitting on the where the stalagmites are. But you also notice that the bones are cracked open, and it looks like they are possibly not on the verge of starvation, but they are not well fed, and leading them to kind of eat whatever they can find, and even if that means just breaking open the bones, getting to the marrow, and sometimes even eating the bones.
So, one more thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take another 4 of the rations that I had, and one of them I'm going to break into enough pieces so that I could separate them so that each member of the party gets one piece, and then the three animals get a piece. I want them to smell the ration before I hand it to each person and hand them each a piece, so that they understand that the rest of the party is part of the same group getting fed by me.
Nice.
And then I'm going to give them each a second ration because I recognize that they're malnourished.
Okay. Yeah, so you do this. You hand out the rations. Bocek very, very clearly instructs all of you to do this, and that this will help, and to that they will show it will show the puppies that we are all friends, and and you follow Bocek's instructions, and Bocek hands the rations, the pieces of the rations that he has to the wolves, and you watch as very deftly, without even trying, like almost trying not to bite Bocek, they very, very deftly just take the pieces from his hand, very delicately, and just gobble it up as quickly as they can once they have it. Like they're just ravenous. But as Bocek is actually doing it, it's very clear they're trying not to hurt him.
And then that was the first one that I was like separating, and then the other three I want to give to the rest of the group and have the rest of the group feed them.
Okay. Is there anybody who doesn't want to do this?
You want me to hand this to him?
Yes, they need to understand that you are family with Bocek. That means you family with them.
If you give them food now, when we release them, they will likely just ignore us and run away from here to go hunt in the wild.
Good.
All right.
I have no hesitation. I'm like, okay, Check says this works. I do.
Shug,
Yeah.
Shug, what would you like to do?
Well, it's sure. It's the Bocek show, so we do whatever Bocek does.
This big orc just
This-
feeding
yeah,
these
it's just-
small.
Yeah. So.
Oh yeah, no, these animals would be sacred to Shug. He worships the cave mother. These are
Oh.
pack animals. This would absolutely be very important to Shug, but
So Bocek once again instructs you, and each of you takes a moment to and some of you are a little kind of like trepidatious, and reach out and do this, and without issue, these large wolves just take the food from your hand and just scarf it down, occasionally snapping at each other, not you. Basha, it does scare you for a moment when they do kind of like snap at each other over this. But they clearly doesn't seem to be focused at you. Shug, you do you come up to them, start feeding them, and they actually, you watch as you do get a little closer, they do seem to cower from you just slightly, and very carefully, almost as carefully as Bocek, take the rations from your hands. And once you actually give them the rations, seem less cowed by your presence and seem to be fine. And this happens for everyone. Till they are all now, from the snarling and kind of like snapping in the beginning, they are now all kind of laying down with these massive chains and collars on, just laying down, just kind of watching all of you now.
I want to give one belly rub if it let me give belly rub.
You do get a little close and you try to get towards the belly, and it gives you kind of like a little warning growl.
Okay, then I don't.
And you back up and it stops.
how hard would it be to get the collars off of them?
If you'd like to do that, you can make a strength check.
Well, I'd like to examine them as a smith and see if I can just dismantle them without having to make any sort of aggressive or breaking motions to it.
Okay, yeah. So make an investigation check for me.
Excellent. Nat one.
That one. You start to look, and the first thing you realize it's shoddy work. Like it looks really shitty. It looks old, but at the same time, these wolves, now you can see the extent to how these wolves have been treated, and treated very, very badly. As some of the collars, it seems like some of the flesh has started to grow over the collars. And you realize that if you were to try to pull these apart in some way or take them off, it would hurt these wolves in some fashion. So you don't necessarily see a locking mechanism, as that's where some of the flesh has started to grow over. You guess it was at one point very simple, but now not so simple.
Can I get a
Taking these-
assist action to let him roll with advantage, i.e., re-roll, by pointing towards the source of the chains, i.e., the stalactite?
I would probably say Bocek roll. I would say Bocek roll an intelligence, just a straight intelligence check for me.
Oh boy.
Oh no.
-8.
Almost. It was a 3, but now it's a 1.
So Bocek, as you're watching Shug do this, and Shug, as you are actually inspecting the wolves, they are very docile next to you, trying to letting you inspect. Occasionally, you do hear the occasional warning growl, but they don't make any overly aggressive move while you're doing this. Bocek, as you watch Shug's kind of frustration in trying to figure out how to take these off, you get a momentary flash, a thought. You know how to release these wolves. Shit, these are. What were you thinking? Damn it. It was there. It wasn't. It was probably a good idea, but it'll come back to you.
Guys, I know how to fix. Wait, how are we gonna fix this?
I think I have an idea. Shug, as I see you examining, if the collars are locked, I could try to pick it.
It looks like they're grown into the necks, so it's gonna hurt them if you open the collars.
Well,
Just be aware.
Well, maybe if you two hold, one of the two down, not aggressively, so they can see while I work on one of the more docile ones. We could free them, or we could always come back.
Don't we just un-
Coming back might be the better option right now.
Mm,
I mean, they're not the only things in here. If we start doing some sort of medical procedure on these things, that's probably going to make noise.
that's fair.
So then on our way back, we will free them.
All right.
We are
Okay.
going to abandon puppies?
I don't want to leave puppies.
I don't either, but we need to. If they start attacking us when we try to free them, we can't release them in the wild with these chains on their neck, or they will just die. That is how nature works. We need to release them without the collars, but if we take the collars off, that will injure them, and then they will likely attack.
We also may be able to find a key if whatever is in charge of these goblins. I assume the tallest goblin might have a key to
Probably.
unlock them.
That sounds right. The tallest goblin.
You might have a key. The other thing,
You
Shug,
think
is that
tallest goblin have key? Okay.
Probably.
you can.
We're not abandoning these wolves by any in any way, but we may need to leave the room.
Right, but you cured her. You could cure them if heal them if when you take a collar off, right? I'm not saying do it now because we might need that power just to survive through this if there's a lot of goblins in here. But we might be able to, make the removal less painful in the long term, and that might calm them down real quick. But I just don't think we should use it now. Well, there's definitely, at least we know one little bugger escaped in here.
I think that's wise, Drovar. Here, well, I mean, we spent a lot of time with these wolves, and I hate to see captured creatures. Let's examine this room. There might be more. And
Yes.
I just realized you say one of them run back. The guards that we smush, they talk about one that run back going to be executed for giving up to us.
Thank you.
Oh,
So they do have a boss.
Goblin boss.
Yes, they mentioned boss going to kill him for coming back without bringing anything because we asked him to say sorry and he come back and say he's sorry.
Don't let-
Hmm. Yes, we did. We did tell him to say sorry.
Good on us. Good on you, Bocek.
So, all right. So now, as you finish this discussion, you figure out what you want to do with these wolves. You start to look around this room, this large cavern, trying to figure out your next steps and your next move and what you would like to do, and that is where we will finish for the evening.
Yay. I give one head scratch if it let me, and then that's it.
It lets you. It lets you.
Yay! No belly rub, but head scratch.
Yeah.
Good, good.
So, all right, great game, guys. That was great. That was a good
That was a
first
lot of fun.
good first battle, level 2. You know, that was nice. And now you are in what possibly is the goblin stronghold. You know, that holds who knows how many goblins. But
Oh boy.
making friends with wolf pups, or actually just wolves. It's good stuff, guys. That was great. That was a lot of fun. All right, so just a few quick shout outs before we close out for the evening. Want to thank a couple of people for their support throughout the actual game. Let's see, Indigo Chameleon. Actually, this individual followed us between streams, but I want to thank you for the follow. Lord Edgy McEdgelord. thank you for the follow. I love the name. It's very, very descriptive. I know exactly what I'm getting with that.
Nah, screw that guy.
Don't thank him. Never thank him.
Never thank the Edge Lord. But thank you for the follow. We appreciate the follow. And as always, I would also like to thank my patrons on Patreon, Southern Twist and Grant Wilson. Thank you so much for your patronage. That again is going to be very helpful. One of the things that we're going to be adding to the streams are both subscriber goals and patron goals and things of that, where you can actually add to the fun of the games that you are watching in various ways. We do plan on doing some giveaways as well, but we absolutely want to thank you all for supporting us and watching, interacting in chat. We definitely love all of the love that we're getting, and we hope that you're enjoying what you're seeing as well. So again, I want to thank my wonderful players. This is between Wednesdays and Thursdays. I'm just having so much fun now. This is so great. I get to run this campaign again, which I've run before, and it's always fun to do so. So again, thank you so much. You guys were wonderful.
Thank you for running.
Thank you.
Yeah. No worries, no worries. So I would again, if you get to show some love to the folks here who have been playing the games, please do so. Definitely Unconventional Heroes. Every Friday at 8:30 on their channel. If they're not running D&D, they're doing something D&D related. Also, Doc Family Games on his channel. Please follow him. Follow Matt, who plays our wonderful smiling Bocek on Good Neighbors RPG. And John, who is the author of Tales of the Left Hand. Please, talesoftheLeftHand.com. Please, again, show them some love, show them some support, because all the support that you share with us, we are able to give back. And that's really what we are trying to do, whether it's entertaining, whether it's helping in whatever way that we can. When you are able to give, we are able to give. So thank you so much for the support. Thank you for watching. As we end, I'm going to end the way I always end. Please be good to yourselves, be good to others, take care of others, and more importantly, take care of yourselves. It's very important. I will say, as we close out, when we finish up, we are going to raid a friend of the show. We are going to raid Fall Harbor, so please give Fall Harbor, the players and creators love. Follow them if you haven't already. And just again, till we see you next time. Please be good and take care of yourselves.
Take care, everybody.